Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Yeep, hello Aria, hello Kobus, hello Blend. How you guys doing? Hello Elon. Hello Logan. Hello Nick, thanks buddy. Aren't you in the game right now? Morning Johnny. Below 10k, toxic piece of shit. You got me. Why do I want this again? Can somebody explain this to me? Why would I want relics? Does it level my hero up faster? Johnny, do you understand this stuff? Noel, we will not play ranked games on my main account. First game after I just woke up. I have not seen Endgame. Let's not talk about the details of Endgame. Just keeps track of your stats, that's it? I don't understand how some people get like those level 25 heroes. Like, do they just play that hero a fuck ton? Okay. Like, my Lion is like... I play a ton of Lion, and he's like level 10 or something like... Yeah, level 11 Lion. What?
Hell's fury burn.
I think I just need to choose my challenges more actively, right? Is that how it works? Yeah, I never pick a challenge at the beginning of a game, so maybe that's why my characters are all underleveled. Oh, Juggernaut. Juggernaut's level 12. Yeah, I guess I just need to refresh challenges. Okay. I'm gold tier Jug. Shards. There's a fine line between bravery and stupidity in all chat. Great. Snazzy.
Snazzy.
Huh.
There's a fine line between bravery and stupidity.
Yeah, actually, I don't know why I really care.
There's a fine line between bravery.
I don't care about these all chat wheels that much. I see Johnny. Ah. It's not Arteezy, is it? Southeast Asia? Ha! Is Arteezy in Southeast Asia right now? Hello Hen, hello Ren. Rank 1! I wonder, like, these people, like this Arn Mel guy. Is he actually the best player in his region after only 7,000 matches? Because that's, like, does this guy have Smurfs? How can someone be so intelligent that they can be rank 1 after 7,000 matches? Hey, legit question. So Johnny, what you're saying is that those people who have level 25 heroes, they have close to 500 wins with the battle, with the Dota Plus or whatever? Hello Ilham, hello Miggy. Like, anyway, so this Armel guy, I'm just quite amazed. Like, I think I have more than 10,000 games on, or I have close to 10,000 games on this account, and I'm not even close to rank 1. Oh, I have 9,000 games. But still, you see how I actually have more games than this Armel guy? I'm not even close to them anymore. That guy is just way more talented and intelligent than me, I think. Or they have other accounts. Or both. I mean, I have other accounts too, but yeah, it's just... Yeah, some people, you know, are just really talented. This guy. Wait, actually, I did the math correctly. If you win every game, 475 wins without any challenges. Oh, wait, right. But with challenges, right. Quick. Right. So with challenges, maybe like 200, 300 games? Yes. Or, you know what, maybe some people are just more serious about their... Oh, 125 attack range. Some people are more serious about their Dota. Like, some people, they're really driven, you know? They're like, I'm gonna be the best Dota 2 player. Me, I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna take it easy. Oh, they have techies. Three challenges for 7 days. Oh, okay. Alright, this is getting way too complicated, Johnny. It's fine.
All in service to balance.
You know what, maybe a better metric of skill, or how high someone should be in MMR, maybe it's like hours played. So I guess this is 7k techies. This is how he plays, huh? Interesting. He puts down way more bombs in base than I do. What a fucking annoying little shit. 6 mana regen? He rushes Bloodstone? Yeah, I guess he just casts a lot more abilities than I do. He casts abilities everywhere. Look at this fucking guy. What an annoying shit. Nine-second silence.
is scanning for enemies.
It is good to be among my kin.
Oh, smoke popped. He dead. Seriously? 30 movement speed over 15 strength? I mean, I'm not gonna pretend to be better than this guy, but I wonder. Why? Because 15 strength, that's 300 HP. That's a lot of HP. Although I suppose if he has movement speed modifying items. Plus 15% move speed. I don't know, I always like the 15 strength on Lasha.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Holy shit. The gem! Oh my god, you blocked the path up with wards. This is such a situational move. Yeah, get him, Shadow Shaman.
Back before the arrow fired is falling.
Oh, Shane, thanks, buddy. 20 Indian money.
You die alone.
That's an interesting meal. Sanchin Yasha, Pike. It's Butterfly. $20 Indian rupees. That is like, well, 400 rupees is $5 US. So that would be 1/20th of that. I cannot do math right now. I just can't.
Killing spree! Double kill!
This is a really close game. $0.29 US. Nice. Appreciate it, man. Usage is just divide 400 in half and then shift the decimal. You know, you're absolutely right. I used to do that kind of stuff when I was younger.
Gold and sweet.
The thing is, I actually just don't have the motivation. I just don't give a shit, you know. Every week 20 INR because Google doesn't pay more now. What does that mean, Shane?
Your turn to
Google
ban.
doesn't pay more now?
5 seconds left.
Oh, Pink wins the roll. It's okay, Frost Dragon. Just never, ever do something like that again in any social group. Not just here. People fucking hate spoilers, man. Hi, Swag. When am I gonna play Rubik? Would you like to make a donation to see Rubik? Hello, Kevin. Hello, Paolo. Welcome back, guys. Why so long search match? Well, I am a mortal player.
Pick. This is where you win or lose.
Okay, what do we play? Can I pick
Okay,
next round?
your pick now. You know what to do.
What position Phoenix and Ricky? This is an important question.
10
3 Ricky.
seconds.
4, 5. Okay, so I have to play 5.
5 seconds left.
My prayers are answered. Hey man, I don't really add people. Friends list is full. Would you like to see the number of people who would like to add me? Meggy the Great? Behold. Wrong button. Behold.
Your pick now. People, remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Mage. I don't know how I feel about this. I suppose their disables is not so good so far. But it will be. Here comes 2 anti-mage counters, guys. Pick LC. Oh wait, no, they have Brood. I mean... what's this hero's name? Brewmaster. I almost said Broodmother. Ah, yeah. Cafe.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Ah, very sleepy, sir. I mean, ma'am. Very sleepy indeed. Any cool sets? Brew is definitely a smurf. Ooh, $67 for these horn things? Fuck that. Ain't nobody got money for that. Unless you're rich. Oh, somebody's begging for attention. Here you go. I buy 2 branches for upgrading wand. Yes. Who's mid?
As you wish. So say the spirit. It is in the bag.
That's right, Elsa. Shadow Shaman. My mouse seems a little bit too fast. I don't know, sometimes my mouse speed changes out of nowhere. And no, it's not the button on my mouse. Why you change? Or is it this button? It can't be, is it? Oh, there we go. Now it's too slow. Now it's way too fast. Now it's too slow.
The spirit moves me.
You wanted to know why I got 2 iron branches? Because I'm gonna buy a stick with this wand. I mean, these branches. Holy fuck, my brain's just...
Shades, guide me. I hear and obey.
No, I'm out of here.
Granted.
I always wanted to see an ancient fall. Nah, that stuff's overrated.
Hear me.
Don't
I
make me
speak
come
for the
over there.
shades. I go. You are heard. As the shades direct.
Please do now use the sound effect unnecessary. Holy grammar.
Dashes.
Still winning in this trade, I think. What's that Viper doing?
As it please you. So say the spirit.
Aren't I winning on these trades?
First blood!
Did he abandon? Queen of Pain abandon?
Flames.
Wow, this game... Oh my god. This is just stupid, man.
I accept your guidance.
Jug and Jakir, please leave. Thanks.
I hear and obey.
I can't tell if he's implying that he wants to get solo experience for.
As the shades direct.
Got it.
Now. The bones are frozen.
Oh shit! Die, anti-mage.
I
Oh yo leg. Need some tangos, bro. Yeah, get up.
I'm no techno
Hey,
wizard,
fuck out, joke.
but I think that
Come
plane
in, come down to it.
disconnected.
You want to come down there?
the spirit.
Can we come down there?
Diane does it! Finally! That pays off! I'm out of here.
What a retarded game. So does that count as a victory? Oh, I didn't pick my challenge again. I got a command? What a great game indeed. Does it count as a victory? Wow, longest game ever. Dire victory, 2 minutes 19 seconds. As if you can finish a challenge in 2 minutes. Hey! Some challenges can be really easy. Yeah, so anyways, as I was saying earlier,
Fight.
this #1 fucking ranked guy right here. Oh, we're watching his game. So, this guy has played less than 7,000 games. And he's rank 1. I just find that absolutely mind-blowing. That someone can be so fucking good at a game after having played so few games. Now, what do you guys think? Do you guys think he has another account? I have other accounts. And I have way more games than this guy, and he's still way better than me. Is he just that smart and talented? Does anybody know? That was an unranked game, Lulu. Oh fuck, I missed him.
We lost someone. Quick, nobody move.
Somebody pop refresher just now. It was Shadow Shaman. Think he has other accounts? But I wonder if his other accounts have thousands of games. Because it seems 7,000 games is very few games for someone to be so good at a game. Kinda makes you feel a little stupid. Wubba lubba dub dub. Wow, what a waste of doom. What a waste of refresher. Yeah, oh dude, Techie's got the oh my god, this is gonna be exciting. If only I could play the Jaws theme song, but I can't because it's copyrighted now. Yeah, it makes me feel better to think that those kind of people, they actually have other accounts with thousands of games. Oops, you don't need to press F. Wow! Wait a minute, Dire actually ahead by 10,000 now. Neither side has reached high ground yet. Oh my god. Oh, wait, you can stack proximity mines? Oh my goodness. I can sing it. It's true. I'm too lazy for that. Get him! Right click him, Shadow Shaman. You move them together, but you can't stack them. Say hello to Canada.
Haste!
Oh, I see what you're saying, Johnny. My god. Have I been getting the wrong talent all this time? I've been going for the 250 damage talent. But honestly, I find it so underwhelming. Unless I get Mjolnir or something like that. Look at this fucking guy just fucking casting mines everywhere. What a fucking annoying guy. What the? Hey, 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 buddy! Wow, dude. Say hello to Canada. I gotta tell you, man, no one gives a shit
I'm all for loot. Down.
about Brazil.
Feeling fresh?
Don't care. Hello, Haku. Oh no! Run to the mine. Oh shit. Oh, Madara finally lost it. Somebody type exclamation mark attention for that attention seeker.
It was kind of you.
Oh, that Ursa got blown up. Thanks, Ken.
Is it spring already?
47 degrees? That is way too cold.
Barracks has fallen. Is this how Dyer's middle barracks fall?
DYR, thanks for subscribing. Try not to advertise here. This Ursa's just manning it up, eh? Just okay, a little bit too manly. Speaking of 47C, Johnny, I'm a little scared for our vacation. I'm so used to 20 low 20s. That's my baseline. Low 20s, high 10s.
Invisibility.
115F. Oh my god. Let's flood his channel to visit Blue Spam. Flood Mr. Beast's channel. My new favorite crossover. We know, Alex. We know. And May it crosses 50. You know, I'll be quite honest. I debated visiting India, but you are just... Shane, you're in India right now, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you are. You are just not convincing me at all. Hey, Haku, you want to go to Vietnam? I know you're close to Vietnam. You want to come to Vietnam in June? Haku? I'm in queue for a game, right? Thank you for typing that, Johnny. Good job. Gonna make things clear for these damn Asians sometimes, you know? Just joking. This game, I'll win 25 minutes earlier. This game, I will win 25 minutes early, but DR cries so much. I think that he has some grammar problems. Hello, liar. Welcome back. Fuck you, techies. Remember the Web of Lives yesterday, guys? Pepperidge Farm remembers. I would highly recommend getting a new user account. Just totally, or change your YouTube name. Because not a good reputation. Summertime and we got tons of activities till July. Schedule won't allow you. Wah wah. You think I'd love to say that you're a liar? Oh yeah, man. You got me. You fear Johnny will force you to eat balut? Well, you don't have to take that shit from him. Alright. I think we can hopefully finally play a game.
Whose band is it?
That's okay. I'm not eating balut either. It disgusts me.
5 seconds left.
Alright, this is the same guy from last game. Speaking of eating food in Vietnam, I'm scared. My Western stomach is already sensitive to filth and spices. I'm gonna die over there. Have you heard the rumors about Vietnamese food going on?
Remember, the goal is
No.
to have fun.
Oh God.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Somebody type no God. No God.
Your pick. This is where you win
Oh,
or lose.
let's play off lane.
No, God!
Thank you.
No, God!
This is how I feel about
please,
Vietnamese food.
No! No!
Chinese people are poisoning Vietnamese food.
5 seconds left.
Randoming on 0. Well, I guess I play Slaughter. Use PA? Oh sure, let me get into a time machine and go back in time and pick PA before purple does. Chinese aren't poisoning Texas food. Are you sure, JT? I would like a peer-reviewed journal on this hypothesis.
Your pick now. Meatball. Your pick. But this is where you win or lose.
Oh my god, this fucking Logitech G Hub bullshit software is so damn annoying.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Oh, by the way, hero requests are $5 US, guys. So I guess I'm leaning against Slark. He's gonna steal my stats. Gonna need a shield for that. I think Slaughter actually beats Slark in lane. But he might have a Tusk with him. Tusk with the tag team.
Guardian of the deeps. Yes.
Thanks, Lulu.
Prepare for battle.
Guard well.
Just to verify, since I always make this mistake. What does his name say? SBNIPER? Yes, it does.
Not yet. Yeah, it's in the bag. Yes. Patrolling.
Where's my fucking team? Where's AA? Come on, move your butt.
30 seconds to
Thanks,
the
Ohio.
showtime.
Why Slaughter?
Lots to do before the
Well,
battle
PA was
starts,
picked.
So get cracking.
PA likes Slaughter because Slaughter has Corrosive Haze. That is why Slaughter.
Deep ones guide me.
Make you Lee?
Over your head.
Holy fuck, they have 3 here.
No
3 top. 3 top.
This one's for all the marbles. If marbles were at all valuable.
The deep ones, send me forth. Keep a lookout. To the fight. Look to the foe.
First blood!
Under attack.
Sucker.
Vigilance.
No!
Thank you.
Thanks, buddy. That's great, man. That is great. That's exactly what I needed.
Onward. I rush to defend.
You wanna fight me, bitch? Go ahead! Huh?
I go.
Fight me. Fight me! Bam! Huh? I'm Slaughter, motherfucker.
Once guide me.
Yeah, that's right.
To the deeps with you.
Come here. Bam! Dude, the new Slaughter is actually great. Very high skill cap.
To the fight. Yes.
Are they fighting for farm? Because that would be fantastic.
Guard well.
You can go talk.
Get things up. I rush to defend.
Ah! He's dead again! This is great, man.
Look to the foe.
Oh, you dead too! Man, top is a feeding fest.
Rune of regeneration.
What a bunch of suckers.
On their tail. To the deeps with you.
What a bunch of fucking suckers. Oh no, you do a breath one person. He's dead too. Dude, I almost have like I have 1,000 gold. This is great. Very great.
My strength. I'm on to you.
Guy's putting up a barricade.
I scare him.
No mercy. I rush to defend.
I don't even know if I want Blink first, to be quite honest with you. I'm thinking about getting some greedy. Like Midas. Midas! Actually depends on how A's doing. Oh, thanks, man. I mean, it depends on how he's dying. Maybe it can't go.
Your bottom
I don't know.
tower
We'll
is
see.
under
We'll see.
attack.
Vigilance. Speedy rune of haste. Slither. I go.
Uh-oh. He's rooted.
Keep a lookout.
Double kill.
No delay.
Do I need some fucking help done?
Deep one.
Yes, he does.
Trying to knock down your middle tower. Yeah, leave the troops and get over there.
Is what's going on with this Ember Spirit?
Yeah, okay.
You get nothing.
Ruins.
Guard well.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Onward.
Your middle tower's under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Thanks be to you.
Look to the foe. Attack.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy, man?
To the fight.
I mean, your shitty level 1 dual breath, dude. Not even good.
No mercy. Yes. Onward. No delay. Not ready. Yes.
Holy fuck, Curry, man!
After them.
This Lark is so poor.
Killing spree!
Pain is missing.
Look to the foe.
He's dead again! I told you, Slaughter gives Slurk a bad time, man. God, man, what a great pick.
Patrolling.
Can I get my fucking Midas?
Your middle
Oh my god! I've had a recipe for years. Oh,
The enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Cowards.
alright, let's get this item.
Keep a
Okay.
lookout. Shiny as souls. Face me.
Killing spree!
All while using myself.
It's not time yet.
Oh, you fucking shit. Your buddy's back.
I
The fuck, man?
slither.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Why not use my wand earlier? You keep casting
To
shit.
the fight. Deep one sky.
Fucking suckers.
I'm on to you.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Slither.
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
Cowards. Keep a lookout.
Dire structures are fortified.
Middle lane is missing.
What's going on over there?
Middle lane is missing.
I'll do it for a fin. On
shit.
their tail.
Killing spree!
Guard well.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
I need some kind of HP regen item, hey?
You're in deep water.
My shrine's out, like, shrine a long time ago.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Digging and defending.
I'm so
sucker.
fucking rich.
Ember.
To the fight.
Your bottom
Yeah,
tower
we
is
can kill
under
it.
attack.
Onward.
3 kills bot.
Radiant structures are fortified. You
Patrolling.
better poof on over to your bottom tower.
I go.
I'm so fucking rich.
A
God damn it.
soldier's Fortune.
Maybe I should go even greedier.
Rush to defend. In over your head. I'm on to you.
Can I?
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Face me.
Sound delay, you say? So, so you see the action first, and then you hear the sound, right? Is that right,
To
guys?
the foe.
That sound about right? Thanks.
Onward. Vigilance. My power grows. On guard. I rush to
We're
defend.
gonna lose bot tower. Get help.
Double damage empowers me.
I can come bottom.
Ooh, your bottom tower's
Oh, okay, I'm coming, I'm coming.
dead. Mega kill!
You were out of your depth.
Your middle tower's under attack. This is one of the things in the bad column.
Sound first, then action. Alright, let me try to fix this for you. Wait. Sound first, and then action?
Attack. Scaling up. No delay.
Maybe you can kill this guy. Not he's level 9 and fucking gaining reaction armor charges.
Guard well.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I can fix your problem, guys. To be quite honest. I don't know why it keeps happening.
Mercy.
Sounds
Look
first.
to the foe.
Very interesting. Okay, I got a blink dagger coming, PAs, and I'm gonna jump this. Oh shit!
Oh, you are in trouble.
A lookout.
I got a blink dagger. Good.
Oh, you go on too.
Yeah.
Nice.
Fucking that tusk just went splat.
Bring it.
On their tail.
Oh shit! Wicked sick. Nice.
In the deep.
Thank you.
Patrolling. Vigilance. On guard.
I think I need to continue ruining Slark's day. Yeah, I go ruin Slark's day.
I go.
I wonder if he will come up this hill.
No delay.
Timbersaw is gonna be over here in a sec.
I rush to the
Hey, maybe we can kill him.
Yeah, stacks really. If you go like really fast.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
onward. Deceptive.
I'm grabbing bottom bounty rates.
Invisibility.
This armor's too high.
Yes. A soldier's fortune.
Actually, I need to buy TP. Just got an item. Oh shit.
Shiny as souls. Yes.
Con.
Eh? Eh? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't think they need my help. Yeah, and sounds about right.
Keep a lookout.
Do I know Ji Hien? I don't know who the fuck that is. Am I supposed to? Does anybody know who that is? Am I missing out on something? I don't have TP once again. Fuck.
I'm coming.
Guard well.
Yeah, use your ultimate.
Look to the foe.
This is position 3, yep.
You're in deep water.
Yeah, I fucking ruined his shit.
Guard well.
Dire stretches are
Ah!
I rush to defend. No mercy. Yes.
denied.
To the fight. Onward.
What the? That's not even real!
Can you go?
It's a lot of effort for
Yes.
Flickering Illusion.
Killing spree!
Waters guide me.
I'm coming top.
Killing spree!
Yeah, like that's good.
Dominate!
Nice.
Double kill.
This must end. I go.
I need more items. Hi, snail poop.
Patrolling. In over your head.
Someone should build a spirit vessel if they get the chance.
Keep a
I'm gonna just go
lookout.
straight AC.
Welcome to the secret
Yeah, that's
shop.
also important.
Patrolling.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
I'm so
Someone
fucking
dire
far.
scramble in
Yeah,
there
that's
and get the shiny bits.
Oh, PA is just dead, huh?
On their tail.
The bottom tower is low! God, will I hide your job or something?
I need to use my Midas.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Double kill!
I don't want to die. And I haven't seen Wind Ranger in a long time.
To the fight. Treasure.
I'm gonna try and top. Thank you. Okay.
Welcome to the secret shop.
Keep a lookout. Never refuse gold. I rush to defend.
Man, I am so fucking farmed. Ember, do you want this invisibility?
Onward.
Okay.
Invisibility.
I have never ever bought Ether Lens on Jakiro.
Look to the foe.
They're all missing.
Guard well.
Oh man, we might have bitten off more than we can chew.
The enemy's bottom tower has
I'm fucking dead, dude. Oh
Get
man.
by, sweet tower.
Fuck,
You
there's
won't
4 there.
be missed. Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, some of you guys are really bad at hitting on women. Oh, snail poop. All the creeps?
I want to see you slay all the creeps. Anti-mage,
Okay, anti-mage it is.
and snack for Poppy Dog PLZ. D Big Love Blue.
Sure, friend.
Watching the top tower?
Not be caught off.
Oh, the enemy just denied their bottom tower.
Face me.
75 bash damage.
Keep a lookout.
I like the health more. Thank you, snail poop.
Unstoppable!
I rush to defend.
Oh, she did say end earlier.
I'm low.
Slither. I'm not ready. Deep one's guide.
They're all there.
Ah, damn it, too far. No.
Door plan.
No delay.
Does Ether Lens increase Blink Dagger range? That's funny. I thought a 7.8k or a 5k player would know that. Isn't that funny, guys? Right, Johnny? Right? That's really odd. It's almost like what everything he said yesterday was a lie.
To the fight. No mercy. The foe.
Good monkey
Fire's
sounds.
doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
I go. Onward.
Your top tower is
Should I go hunt this guy?
No delay.
Nah, waste of time.
The top tower is under attack.
One's guide.
There's a pretty big difference between 4k and 5k, man.
Your top tower needs some help.
Why did avoid their own camp? I think I know why.
Guard well.
Dun dun. Dun dun.
Onward.
Bam!
You were your depth.
God, I'm so scared. I'm a scary fish.
The foe. A soldier's fortune.
Man, how you gonna kill me, man? Heart AC?
Rush to defend.
Killing spree.
Patrolling.
Hey, John. All these girls
Godlike.
are way too old for you.
To the fight.
I'm sure. This fucking guy.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
The damage is 260 damage? Huh.
On their tail.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Wave goodbye to the enemy's top barracks.
Man, I carried the fucking shit out of this game.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. Radiant fortified the structures. Pretty good move, if you ask me.
Alright, man. Oh, look, he's going in. Didn't kill. Oh wait, I don't want lifesteal, I want vision.
The enemy's middle
Holy
barracks
fuck,
are just
my
a
vision.
zoo. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Yep. Yeah, you lied, man. Remember, when you lie, people find out, man, and then you just look like an idiot. So just be honest.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
And isn't it so much fucking effort just to continue lying and lying? Because then you have to think about it. You're like, oh, but I said that earlier. Oh, but it doesn't make sense. So I have to say this, and then you just fucking you just look like more of an idiot.
Oh, good. Let them do all the work.
Trust me. When I was a young idiot, I lied.
Kind of bad.
I've lied in my lifetime before.
Dominating. The bottom tower is under attack.
What did I miss?
Do we want to play on my 69k account? Yes.
Look out.
Double kill. Unstoppable. Triple kill.
Reward it. That's right, Ale. It's okay, man. Thank you for apologizing. You're on the road to redemption. But I gotta say, man, I have never seen anyone lie as much as you have in 24 hours. Holy shit. And like, we fucking called you out and we're like, oh, but you said this earlier, or but you said this, but oh, you're at work, oh, you know, like, what? Just stop. Lie is a mistake. If it was a mistake, then it would be implied as the correct thing to do, right? You get one. Oh yeah, look at me, guys. Look at fucking me, the offlaner. Just the blue line. Just look at all these peasants below me. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Ether Lens on Jakiro because
All hell's broken loose.
I mean,
and
I feel like
hold the pieces.
the Ice Path range is already really long, so you don't need Ice Path range. It's just overkill. I suppose you could argue that dual breath, you could have further dual breath range, and that might be a good argument for it. But even then, like, I mean, if you're targeting Jakiro in a fight, you're probably doing something wrong. Like Jakiro is not like he's not like Lion or Shadow Shaman where like you have to kill him first or else he just fucks shit up, right? He's just like one of those slow but annoying heroes. But like he's not like a gigantic threat, you know, at any point in time. Whereas like yeah, like Lion, Shadow Shaman, Skywrath's really annoying too. Shadow Demon can be really annoying too. Yeah, he's just not like a gigantic threat, so I wouldn't buy Ether Lens on Jakiro. Just safely cast from a distance. Like, I think if enemy tries to kill you, that's a good thing. Yes, Ether increases blink range. You're not a nice liar, okay? A nice liar would actually make believable lies, but you just said a lot of dumb shit.
This goes to Alex XX Redemption. Lol, do know what happened. But Alex XX need a wrench to go with the bunny ears. Lol.
Hey Snail Poop, I gotta tell you, man, that's like bribing a government official to give somebody else powers, and I'm not willing to do that. And if you disagree with that, I'm okay with giving you your money back. Not trying to be a dick. It's just not the right thing to do. Hey, but you know, I appreciate your support, man. Anyways, let's read some of these comments in order. Glad you thought it was a perfect slaughter game, Glacier. It pretty much was. I died once, and then I was just way ahead of everyone else in farm. I suppose I bought Midas. I was thinking about buying a second farming item, Maelstrom. It also gives you attack speed so you can bash more often, right? Next day you'll be Archon. Wow. Somebody's thirsty, eh? Lens is 2.5k item. Yeah, approximately. It's like what, 850 for the Void Stone, 900 for the stone, and 450 for the recipe? Yeah, so about, I think low 2k. What would I rather buy? Probably 4 staff? Yeah, 4 staff's pretty good. That's all I have, man. My power is my credit card, lol. Well, money's a hell of a power, man. Was my dumbass way of saying Hakuna Matata? No, I personally don't have large problems with Alex. I like Alex. But sometimes she gets a little power trippy. And you know, a lot of us are like that when we're younger. Do I still live in USA? What makes you think I've ever lived in America? Any plans having a girlfriend sooner? What makes you... How do you guys just pull this stuff out of your ass? Like, what makes you think I've ever lived in America? And what makes you think that I don't already have a girlfriend? Damn, guys! Hey, so how you doing? Can you mad for 1 minute? I like when you mad. Okay. Can you donate a whole bunch of money to me for 1 minute? I like it when you donate. Hi, man. Okay, so this next team I have to play anti-mage. Well, I hope my team don't mind. Hey, Bluesman, when are you going to visit your home in Nigeria? We miss you here. Ah, yes, my black family. I miss you guys too. Sorry, it's just so far away from my home in Canada that it's just logistically difficult to visit sometimes, and I just don't have the money, quite honestly. So, but I will visit my Nigerian brothers and sisters sometime in the future. I promise. Hey, Voltric. $100 for 1 minute of 1 minute of madness. I'm okay with this. You love that? Well, I'm glad you like the joke, but hey, Ari Valdi, let me be real with you for a minute, homie. I don't really do things that people tell me to, okay? Because, well, first of all, I don't really have any reason to. I mean, simply requesting it. You got to donate money for things that you want to see. But like, I mean, it's like going up to a girl and be like, hey, let's say that you have a job, okay, and you go up to your boss, you're like, hey, I would like 10 more US dollars per hour because I want it. Your boss would be like, so you want me to give you 10 more US dollars per hour for your work because you want it? You know how that's not really a good argument, right? So what I'm trying to say is that make good arguments, convincing reasons. What is this? You could become immortal? Practice. You legit have no clue what happened, but I don't even need to know. But Alex had that fear factor, so the rest of us mods could chill and enjoy the blue. And enjoy the blue. Yeah, for sure. No, I know what you mean. Sometimes too much of a fear factor. Anyways, let's respectfully change the conversation topic, Snowpoop. It's okay, it's not a big deal. You suck with him so much you rage quit today with Anti-Mage. Wow. Am I Indian? Do I look Indian? Does Nigerian princes have to make do after we got exiled? Only a certain Asian cousin of ours would send us his credit card details. Alright, fine. Here you go. 4612 0315 expiry 0319 aim blue stand. There you go. There you go. Take it and go. Take it and go. No idea what you're referring to. Wonder what Alex people. Okay, I'm just not gonna talk about this. Hello, Imran. I said hello to you earlier. Believe you totally just ignored it. Hello, Roween. Hello, Garam. How many years did you playing this game? 10. I know high Snowpoop is rip spelling. Hey man, sometimes you get a smoke. Already mentioned. Thank you, Rand. Thank you, Arivaldi. It's okay. Just stop that kind of behavior. It's a trap. You forgot the CCV number. Alright, here's CCV number. CCV is 699. Expired. Well, technically still your credit card detail. Hey, glad you got it, AJ. Think it ain't go. Hello, Hashashin. Try not to advertise here. Hey. Hey. I have no idea what this is. Are we supposed to care what that number is? Yo, lie. I think you missed type 666. Oh, Hawk. Wouldn't want to offend you. Cut this out, I'm good. How are you, man? You didn't misbehave, you just judged at Kunkka. Okay, so you're being condescending towards Kunkka. You saying that he sucks, even though he's probably better than you. So, let's say that someone is a herald and they said you suck. Would you say that's misbehaving? Man, you're a little slow, you know? Thank you, Sahil. I asked you a question earlier. Please answer it. Blue, did you know 6 Chris digit? You mean 666? Yes, it is a Christian reference. Hey buddy, you still misbehaved because you were being toxic regardless of your MMR. What do you think about Baden? He is often picked today. He seems to be pretty strong now. You just run down lane, you start spamming this coil. Seems pretty easy to play. What happened to your Facebook page? I don't see anything or know what team you play for. Well, first of all, I don't have a team that I play for. And I just don't update it very often. But I mean, it's still active, is it not? Sure, Ali. Yeah, just Stop lying and stop being toxic. And we'll get along just fine. Probably. John, I'm good. How are you? Is Dota more important or is the girlfriend more important? Oh, my throat hurts. Oh, God. That's a hard question to answer. I mean, a shit girlfriend is worse than a is not as important as Dota 2. But I would say that a girlfriend that is wife material would be more important than Dota 2. Just bought a kick-ass vape. Oh, my throat. May have to reduce my talking. What's wrong being a legend player? Nobody said there was anything wrong with being a legend player. Oh, I see. You think that John's trying to hit on me. You could be right. It's okay. I thought it was kind of funny. Hey, Aknobi. I'm good. How are you? I'm alright. Why do you think people hate Eternal Envy? Same as me. I listen to me on Fear for my name. I think it's just a bunch of memes. So I mean, Eternal Envy is very famous for these really high risk plays, right? That sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. As in the meme 50-50. So anyway, sometimes when his plays don't work, people start playing Captain Hindsight. They're like, oh, obviously he should have done that, blah, blah, blah. He should have known, blah, 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 blah. And they start acting like they're better than he is, right? They start acting like they're smarter than he is. And they think that he's stupid, basically, right? So a lot of people think that he doesn't deserve to be where he is. But the fact is, he's fucking 8k MMR. Like, you don't just hit 8k MMR out of chance and luck. You know, it doesn't happen that way. He is actually a talented player. I played with him before. He's a great leader. Like, if you ever watch the stream, he's an excellent leader, and he's really good at shot calling. He's also been captain of many teams. He often has to make difficult decisions where he kicks people out of the team. I don't have any opinion on this because I don't really get too much into it, but sometimes you got to kick somebody out, even if you get the flack for it. So that's what I think about that issue. Good job, Takia. No. Your cat's acting like a jerk after watching my stream. What should you do now? I'm not a cat owner, so I don't have any advice for you. Hey, Edwin, I don't really do these kind of things because a lot of people are like, "Hey, Bluespan, shout me out. My grandmother just hit her 82nd birthday. Hey, Bluespan, play Kirill for me. My mom just made pizza." For whatever reason, like, I just tend not to believe people just because they say it's whatever instance. Am I working or still in college? I'm working right now, right in front of you. Okay, man. Wife material, you're getting old, dude. Well, I'm certainly not Benjamin Button. Yeah. Oh, man, I'm getting old. As long as you've ever seen? Wow. You haven't seen very long, have you? That sucks, dude. Nope. Yeah, blame it on other people. Hey, the truth. Hello, Elvis. Hello, Rizal. Hello, Ashley. Playing rank today, yes. Hello, Tushar. Hello, Sir Mad. Gotta celebrate pizza? Oh yeah, I always celebrate. Almost always celebrate pizza. Oh man. This is also true. How do streamers get paid? How's streamers get paid? Advertising revenue, donations, sponsors. Alright, we're up to date in comments. Man, I gotta stop queuing unranked on my main account. It just... At this level, everyone wants to play fucking ranked and be high-level mortals. Hello, Sharma. It's the hell, you know, sometimes Dota 2 is just not for everyone. Just joking, man. Normal match because I am playing anti-mage regardless of draft. I'm thinking about getting on my Smurf. Long queue, just like your what, Vinit? Oh, snail poop. No, snail poop. No, I really appreciate you, and I want you to get what you wanted. I don't want you to flake out on the thing that you wanted just because of a long queue. Okay, so I respect what you originally asked for. Don't let the long queue, let you waver. You know, we're not going to be a floppy cock about this. See, hey! See, the gods are replying to your request. Lulu watch. Lulu's not good at the game, but she has 1,000 hours of watch time. What's my view on that? Well, I don't know what you think I would have. What makes you think anything's related?
That kind of cheap. Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left.
Playing anti-mage, boys.
Okay. Okay.
Favorite item, most of the heroes I play? Tango. You played against top mortals? Yes. I look like Chinese? Well, I mean, I am Asian, after all.
Your pick now.
Your mom rates me?
Huh?
Oh, Jesus.
Can someone pick?
5 seconds left.
Bum bum bum.
Alrighty then, I guess I gotta do this then.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
How about the poop-a-duke on this mid lane?
Why don't you fuckers pick some supports, eh? Jesus Christ.
5 seconds left.
Previous rank ancient. What a noob. You want to donate to see your favorite hero, bro? And for the record, I do agree that anti-mage is a little boring. Do I know how to speak Chinese? Idiot.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Oh my god. This is a okay. Hey guys,
Okay, your
and
pick.
especially you, Snowpoop. I
You
want
know
you
what
guys
to
to know
do.
that this is a terrible anti-mage game. So first of all, they have Kunkka who can X marks me, so I would have to Manta style perfectly, and also he can control when he pulls me back, right? So Kunkka's actually pretty good against anti-mage. Shadow Demon fucks anti-mage's shit up when he makes illusions of anti-mage. Anti-mage lose all his mana. Yeah, Earth Spirit also very good. Oh my god, and this is another Slark. When he pounces me, I cannot blink. This is a terrible anti-mage game. Just saying. What Takuya says is 100% true. I speak fluent Chinese when ordering Chinese food.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
No, betting's... Okay, another anti-mage count. Okay, that's 5 anti-mage counters. That's 5. That's 5. That is 5. Oh, God. Damn it. Position 4 anti-mage sounds good right about now. We'll do it 2B style. Hey Joseph Lee, that's a little racist, man. Don't be racist, okay?
It's in the
Oh my god. This is a terrible anti-mage game. This is a terrible anti-mage game. This is a terrible anti-mage game.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
As thou will it.
Good thing this is unranked.
Talk with you again.
So much blood.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, we have to buy BKB and maybe even Lincolns this game. BKB and Lincolns. Think about that for a second. I'm buying BKB and Lincolns on an anti-mage. You see how, like, this is just a terrible pick?
Begone.
Oh my god.
Truth compels me.
And LC, he's just gonna start right-clicking me, and he's gonna win, because he has Moment of... Wait, what's called the passive called? Moment of Courage?
Oh, I see lots of good digging spots out there.
Okay, Snailpoop, hopefully you can continue your pattern of victories. Does anyone know if he's coming? I hope he doesn't come back. If he doesn't come back, I'm getting on my Smurf. We're queuing a ranked game, and I'm playing anti-mage. Okay. Does that balance out when everyone tips each other? Just the tip? Why did I pick this hero? Oh yeah, money! Hey! Yes, the blue thing moving around is where I look. Do I sing? Yes. But not for you guys. Not for you guys.
Avenge the fallen monastery.
Oh, the mouth actually
Destroy
moves.
every
Look!
magical
Did you guys know that
alliance.
the mouth moves when they talk? You know, Hitakuya and Lula, I agree with both of you. I think he deserves the flag, to be quite honest. But the flag should not go too far. You know, what if I just don't skill Mana Burn? Ah, fuck!
I go.
Stop it! Oh my god, he hit me with a third one.
Yes.
Welcome
Ah,
back,
sucker.
War. Is it everything
He's back,
you
he's back.
remember?
Oh my god, he hit me with a fourth one.
Path. The path is clear.
I think we get Mana Burn first.
Onward. I go. None shall hinder me. Yes. Out of my way.
Yep, we get that last hit. Fuck off, you fucking shit.
I go.
Alright, man. That's a lot.
The path is clear.
So fucking annoying.
Vow thy ruin.
Can you cancel his clarity if you can? What the fuck? I still get hit by that? God damn it!
Compels me. I turn magic aside. I light into darkness.
These are not favorable trades at all.
I.
First blood!
Tis on thy head.
Use your clarity, bro.
Get denied. Tis most rewarding. None shall hinder me. As thou will it. Onward.
Oh, yeah, shit.
I go.
Oh my god, see, like, I don't know. Half mana's gone already, man.
Yes. I'll strike thee down. I go. Spawn of sorcery. Spawn of sorcery.
Are they pulling or some shit?
Truth compels me. By grace, denied. The path is clear. To aid my cause. Vi, I'm under attack! I go.
Sucker. Oh, he has level 3 Shadow Poison, huh? God damn it, dude! The Shadow Poison is so annoying!
True path. None shall hinder me. Out of my way.
Our spirit invis here.
Alright.
Onward. As thou will it. I vow thy ruin.
5-minute runes, get ready.
called in the fortification.
Hey, I'm gonna grab theirs.
Tis mine. Truth compels me.
Your bottom tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny?
Tis a
We could
blessing.
probably gank this Conka.
I go. It shall not be. The true path. I go. Out of my way. Onward. Well-gotten gains.
Ah.
I.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Yes.
Fucking annoying ass shit. Oh my god, dude. Need to burn this guy's
Thank you,
fucking
sir.
mana.
As thou
Good
wilt.
gank, boys.
None shall hinder me.
So damn annoying. Alright.
Taking that, I need Midas.
Hard, hard, hard.
Tis on thy head. Have at thee. The path is clear. Now count thy costs. I go. The true path. Thou art denied. None shall hinder me.
I probably just need to hit jungle creeps. I can't sit against the Conka.
I light into darkness. Out of my way. Truth compels me. As thou will it. I'll strike thee down. The reward.
I'm just recording so I can pick up my item, and you can take it.
Alright,
Sorry.
that's okay.
I lighten thy load.
Wow, free farm.
Tis on thy head.
I have rupture.
Okay.
I'm here, and then I'm in the area.
I go.
There's 3 here though. Careful.
Onward.
Out of my way.
Well, shit. I don't have mana.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Onward. Out of my way. Yes. I go. I light in the darkness. Thou hast paid the price. I.
Well, Slark's doing way better than I am.
I turn magic aside. Truth compels me.
Go for that. Go for that.
As thou wilt. None shall hinder me.
Well, up here, boys.
go. Vile creatures.
Ah!
True path. Tis mine.
Go on base.
The path is clear. Get thee hence.
Slarspan Midas boys wall.
Spawn of sorcery.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Oh, ma.
Magic be dashed. Be gone. Tis not for thee.
Oh shit. Nice.
As thou wilt.
Well played, well played.
None shall hinder thee.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Strike thee down.
Okay.
Truth compels me. Yes.
Just 3 top.
Have at me. Now count thy costs.
I don't know if they're still top.
Slark just TP'd bottom. I don't have ults, but we could go on him.
The true path. The path is clear.
Careful.
Be gone.
Oh, there, sorry.
Go.
Well, we got this guy.
Oh man.
Spawn of
Good
sorcery.
rotation. Hey, can you blood rage me?
And his name is John C.
Thanks.
Your bottom tower's kind of bad. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Thank you, Snowpoop. Yeah, so far we're doing okay. We're doing okay. Just okay.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Truth
If your
compels me.
mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Clear top. No rupture yet.
I don't want to fight with that down.
Your middle tower is
Yeah, I'm going mid, actually.
Rally the troops and get out.
Yeah, I think we just go farm mode. If we can get Battle Fury Radiance at a decent time, I think we just win.
I like the darkness.
The rest of the 4 of us, though, we can D if they push. We got that good D.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Vile creatures. The true path.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Onward.
I'm kind of low secret. We can kill.
Oh, yeah.
Rupture somebody.
Tower's under attack.
Oh, yeah, baby.
I like the darkness.
Can't tell which one it is. Oh, this one, that one.
Yes.
Dun, dun. Get him!
Magic.
Nice, very nice.
Be gone.
Uh-oh.
He has 21 charges.
Oh.
They who live by the wand
Oh shit.
shall die by
Zeus
my
ult?
blade.
Cool, go. Brains.
The path is clear.
For the twins.
Go.
Oh yeah!
The true path. None shall hinder me. I vow thy
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta feel it. You gotta feel it. This is such a dangerous area to farm.
vile creatures.
Alright, I got my battle fury.
I'll strike thee down.
I feel like big group and poop on that Slark. Got his
Actually,
money.
I'm not going power
Coming
treads.
down there to ult him.
Actually,
Your middle tower's under attack.
Yes.
This is one of the things in the back.
Get thee hence.
Your middle tower has fallen.
It is all,
Who
yeah.
said that tower could fall?
actually, I gotta pee, guys.
I go.
Give me 1 minute, guys.
Of the same coin.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Are you fucking serious?
3, 2, 1, let's go.
No pause, guys. Come on.
We tried, man.
Oh jeez.
Hate to see it.
Your top tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there.
Aid my cause.
Your top tower is under attack.
'Tis on thy head. The path is clear.
Your top tower needs some help. What, not your job or something? Radiant structures are fortified.
Truth compels me.
Is it dangerous top?
Spawn of sorcery. I light in the darkness.
They're all running top.
I vow thy
Is that a fact?
Looks like it.
Okay. Thanks.
as thou wilt. Spawn of sorcery. Thou hast paid the price.
I can CP up there.
As thou wilt.
I don't have any
Shoving in
ammo.
there.
Yeah, I think we split it.
Top tower is under attack.
My head.
Pyramid.
I turn magic aside. The true path. Onward.
Someone's taking damage on this team.
Thou strike me down.
The top tower needs some help. You gotta do something about it. Just sit there and funny.
They definitely warded over there.
I go.
Little help, little help.
Yeah, over here. Let's play really defensive.
Kill his ass.
Get the end. Yes.
Okay.
Thou strike me down. Tis all night.
Oh,
What?
interesting. Interesting.
I'm
No
too low.
ults
I'm too low.
from Slark. I have Radiance now after the fight, lol.
Dun dun. Dun
Out of my way.
dun 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 dun.
Right, bitch.
Oh, you fucking bitches. Oh man, nice try. Actually, you know what? I should not buy Vlad's. Oops. Should buy Lincoln's. Oh well. I mean, I can buy both. Thanks, Lulu.
Thou and I must have a frank discussion. What's that?
Thanks. Got too many counters, you know.
The path is clear. The truth compels me. I go.
Oh, you should just wait.
Where is he? Where is he?
That's the thing. Oh, he cast it. Get me out of here. Ah.
I'm under attack.
You want to duel me, Elsie?
Running this way.
Be gone.
Running this way now.
Where's Slark?
Oh, nice one, Conquest.
The cost of magic. Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I go.
Thank you.
I bow thy rule.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Get thee hence. Onward.
wherever I go, they will hunt me. So I just fucking, I'm all over the place, you know? All over the place.
I go. I.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
As thou will it. Out of my way.
Fucking nothing to farm here.
The true path.
Are you even watching your top tower? You'll be fine. As long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait till everybody goes.
Brooms.
I go. I go.
And left.
Turn magic aside.
Back, I think.
I.
Back out, back out.
Oh, they can see the Vlad's effect. That's so stupid, dude. You should be able to turn this off.
The path is clear. Ill-gotten gains. The true path.
What the fuck? Are you serious? Okay, man.
I'm not ready. Out of my way.
Why can't I blink?
As thou wilt.
I'm lagging or some shit. I'm lagging.
Not yet. Yes. Be gone. Vile creatures.
Oh shit.
Onward.
Yeah, let's see if we can set up on somebody.
None shall hinder me.
If you just ult him, I can ult him.
Onward.
Where are they, man?
As thou wilt.
Manta can disjoint X marks the spot, but only if you time it perfectly, absolutely perfectly.
Well,
I
we
go.
need to stick together. We can't get caught out
Radiant stretches out for
by this Earth Spirit.
Out of my way.
Okay.
I almost have BKB.
Compels me. Tis on thy head.
I buy Vlad's on anti-mage because I want to sustain. I don't plan on going back to Fountain.
I'm mega fat. We should try to fight.
Here.
Slark might be there. Coming, coming.
None shall hinder me. I.
We have a smoke. We
I'll
okay.
strike thee down.
Oh.
Yes.
BKB, right?
Need help here.
My counters, man, my counters.
I got you, boys. Don't even worry about it.
think if someone says something very edgy, literally edgy, right, on the border, right, then you know, I don't think you guys should be fighting about that. You respect each other, Chris.
How the hell did I not get dual damage from Legion there?
Well, Bloodseeker, are you white?
I fear no vile sorcery. I vow thy will.
Man, I'm trying to make a racist joke, but
I go.
Let's see them try to catch us now.
Ah, Manta. Truth compels me. It's not time yet. I go.
it's already gone, eh?
Alright, we can pressure this.
None shall hinder me.
They got Fox.
Ay, god damn it.
I.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You've done good.
Spawn of sorcery.
On edge!
I go.
Wait, running real quick.
Now count my costs. I like it.
Here.
The true path.
Nice one.
I'll strike them down.
Hey, can we do Roshan? Let's do Roshan while Kunk is dead.
No. We could probably push high ground right now. Kunk is dead.
Heads fall.
He might have buyback.
Let's bait it.
As thou wilt.
Okay.
I have dig and fuck it.
Here's Dagon.
Okay, never mind. Go rush. Well,
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Yes.
for some reason, I'm not invincible.
Have you
I don't know
ever
what the fuck
tried
that's
hacking?
about.
I lighten thy load.
I have a Dagon 3 coming in. That's my hack.
The path is clear. I light the darkness.
Yo, man, cast your spells, bro. Cast it on him
Fuck
too.
up. Ooh,
What the? What are Earth Spirit even
I'm
pick?
just gonna go kill it.
Killing spree. On edge.
Hey, let me take it. I die really easily. I don't have BKB yet.
Yeah. I don't ever die.
Good. Remember what you said, okay?
Is mine.
Let me go get HP back real quick there. You son of a bitch.
Sucker.
Going bottom. You
Ah.
get fucked.
Spawn of sorcery.
Learn the boots of travel, bro. Oh wow, you rocket all my creeps. Hey, get out of mid. They see me and Bloodseeker bottom. You guys should not be mid.
Hey, they're about to poop a duke all over you.
The true path. The path is clear.
Yeah. I have boots of travel, so you guys don't have to play around me.
Let's go mid. Sorry, anti-mage can fail to join the fight. Ooh. Zeus ult. Clockwork. Oh no. You didn't save it, you bastard.
Yes.
Oh, kite! Sniped! Very nice. Very nice.
Vile creatures.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Wow, what a glyph. Almost like they don't even care.
Let him get me, boys. Ooh.
Tis on thy head.
Got the creep, boys. And then he died.
None shall hinder me.
Middle tower just
We don't have to force high ground right now.
how many of those things
Yeah,
are
don't worry
there?
about it.
I go.
I almost have Dagon 5. And then we can fight. Only after Dagon 5 can we fight.
Hey, I think I can go top, guys.
Oh no, our team is in there. They're in there. Help the team. Blade mail.
No, you fucking kidding me?
Double kill.
Hey, remember when you said you don't die? Remember when you said that?
Wow. Manta.
Dude, I pressed Manta. I pressed it. I don't know why. It didn't. Nothing happened.
Big noob. What is this?
Did you guys see me press it? I pressed
they're
it.
coming back, boys.
Triple kill.
You know, I did say we
They're
didn't
coming
have to
back.
go high ground there.
No, and then you made us go high ground. Why did you do that?
I made us go high ground? You can't use Manta? So, you can't use Manta during leash? Is that how it works? Does that sound about right?
No, no, you're just dumb. You didn't do it right.
Oh, okay.
Your middle tower.
Who must have been? You might have to buy back here, brother.
Nah, we got Glyph.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad. Dire structures.
What are you doing? We're getting wrecked.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, nice one. I'm about to get in there. I'm almost up, boys.
Your middle barracks.
Hey, don't let Bloodseeker die by himself. Okay. Yo, I'm gonna boost travel in to the shrine.
The stout heart knows no fear.
Oh! Huzzah!
To aid my cause.
Okay, I got BKB now, so
You better
should be okay unless I get healed.
I must heal, and then I will join you, fellas.
Why don't you come heal mid?
Out of my way.
Ooh, your bottom tower.
Why don't you come heal my butt?
Alright, if you like that kind of thing.
I'll
You would,
strike
wouldn't
thee
you?
down.
Oh yeah.
Knew it.
Hey, your bottom tower just got denied.
I have Dagon 5. It's time to fight, boys.
I go. Get thee hence.
Getting smart. Got him.
Nice.
Well, Slark's dead, so you guys should win. Holy fuck, I'm fast.
That was an act. Thank you.
Speaking of fast, can you heal me, man?
I'll strike thee down.
Yeah, I got you. Easy gank on Bloodseeker. Dumbass. I mean on Slark. Dumbass. Dumbass. I just fucked him really good. You're welcome.
Thanks.
Enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Can we go top?
Enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Okay, if you say so. Okay. They're not
You rage me
leeching,
again?
and I don't like that guy.
Raise yourself. One of us.
The enemy's top tower is fallen. I guess they built on a fault line. Fortified the structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Double kill.
The fuck's wrong with this guy?
No! Kill him! Kill him! Rip. I died for you, my boys. My team.
Good job, man.
Yes.
The enemy's top barracks is fallen.
Please don't throw away what I have done for you. Wow. That sucks.
Hey, guys, we're just dying here.
Yeah, some dumbass ran into their fountain and died.
Magic be dashed.
Who is that?
Have at it.
Did someone just TP or did I imagine that? I think I imagined it.
The path is clear. Tis mine.
Shrines? Get their shrines?
Okie dokie.
Onward.
Regeneration!
Truth compels me.
Hey, Willow, just back up, okay?
Nah, she's balls in there, dude.
Out of my way.
Jesus.
Uh-oh, Willow. Well,
Tis on my head.
that's gotta hurt. We might need to defend here, sir.
Yeah.
By that I mean, we need to defend here, sir.
Can you kill the creeps mid? Just kill these creeps.
The middle barracks are looking shady.
Yeah.
As thou will it.
Roche, maybe? Or did we have it? No, they're backing for you.
I
They're
go.
quite stupid, aren't they?
I light the darkness. Spawn of sorcery. Blessing. The true path. Yes. As thou will it.
You know, my offensive capabilities are pretty shit. I think I'm gonna get rid of the Vlads and buy an Abyssal. Or something like that.
Out of my way.
Warded, pretty sure. Somewhere.
I think I'm gonna grab this DD and shall we end the game?
Yeah, I guess so. Let's take Megas.
Okay. Now we know why we lost the
What?
game.
None shall hinder me.
What happened? DD gone because AM retard? Is that what happened?
Yes.
Rip. Rip.
Hey, I have heart and BKB, so
Yes.
Let's just run up there. Yeah, just go.
Be gone.
Gonna burn her so she can't blink. Oh.
Hey, look at you.
waiting for my heart.
Double kill.
Hey, there's a divine on the deck.
Oh, he's there?
I go.
I got it.
Okay. Good.
Killing spree.
The cost
Let me
Hit
out
buildings.
of here. The enemy's bottom barracks is fallen. That's the stuff. Kick them on their back paws.
Wow. That's an interesting...
I tell you what, man, those blade mails hurt like a bitch.
Oh yeah. Have you ever considered not hitting them while they're blade mailed?
I have so much AoE and I just die. I tell you, man, I just, late nights, I just cry.
Oh yeah. See, that would hurt.
Middle tower has fallen.
Go dive, go dive, go dive.
Middle
Alright.
tower is no more.
This is interesting.
Yeah, well, would you look at that?
Look at that indeed.
No, 25 HP ancient. Kill it. No!
Get him! Kill the Bloodseeker!
Divine!
That really wasn't too bad.
Blue, I'm sorry for the little mess earlier on your
Hey man,
Won't happen again.
no problem, dude.
Had
Like,
temper
no.
problems recently. I am sorry. Sorry, Shane.
Shane, did you hear that? It's important that you did. And thank you for that, Haku. Yeah, no, I don't expect my mods to be perfect. I appreciate my mods. And you got to take the good with the bad. And I'm not saying what you did earlier was good or bad, because I just, I didn't read into it. I don't even know what was said. But hey, man, thank you so much for your compromise and your understanding and your flexibility. So, yeah, I don't really get into these kind of things. Hey, Snail Poop. Thanks, buddy. All right, let's play ranked Immortal games. Why did I go agility over 400 blink range? Yeah, that's actually a great question. I was debating the 400 blink range, but hold on a sec. So if you look at my build, it's actually extremely defensive because they have 5 counters to my hero. So I mean, you can't really go like, you know, the typical anti-mage build, like where you go, you know, like power treads. You know, it'll give you the 10 strength. Abyssal, like I actually went a very, very defensive build just out of necessity. So most people actually also even get the attack speed talent so they can farm more quickly. But I'm like, well, I need to survive the burst. Like if I get pounced or get dueled, I just need to survive the burst. Same with the Kunkka's combo. I need to survive the burst. So I went 10 strength. I went heart BKB. I bought Vlad's just basically if you have Vlad's and Battlefield, you never have to go to Fountain unless you're at like 5% of mana and HP, right? So anyways, I went 10 strength, and the reason why I went 15 agility is because my build is so defensive that I needed to balance out the defense with some offense. Like I don't even have treads, so actually I farm very slowly for an anti-mage, right? Like I can't go into power treads agility, right? So I just do very little damage, right? So you have to balance it out, right? You don't always have to favor entirely defense or offense. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, let's read some more of these comments. Thank you, Snail Poop. You did do sick in that cancer lane. Yeah, Bloodseeker's pretty funny. Thank you, Hardy. This is a legendary game. Alright, coach. This is ranked. This is ranked. Why don't I play Bloodseeker much? I don't know. Just don't like to play him. Yes, have the potential to go 4 or 5. Yes. Never trust this taco yet, girl. Yeah. Glad you like the item choices. An offensive items basher. I don't have to do damage that game. Are you trying to be Bugs Bunny? Hello. Thank you, Kel'Thuzad. Did I watch TI8 final last year? Yes, I did. I can't remember the specific game, so I've already forgotten. You're not blocked. Wit Y application you record blue thing on screen. Hey, Rare's 1K. I know you want this, but this is a piece of hardware. It's close to $200 for this piece of hardware. It's not just an app that you can download on the internet. Okay, so you had to buy it. It's called... Actually, it's in the description of the stream. Thank you, Devraj. Say hi from Canada. Oh, Tetra? Is this my real account? Yes. Yeah, actually that Bloodseeker cured us pretty hard. Looking at his stats now. No, he cured hard. Yeah, he did really well. 768 GPM, 834 XPM, 58,000 hero damage. Actually, I have the second lowest hero damage on my team. I'm just trying to survive. Yeah, his building damage is really high too. I tanked the most damage though. Joey, why do I play on a pro team? Because I'm not good enough? Typically, to be even on a tier 2 pro team, you have to be at least 7k. Would you like to make donations to see your preferred hero types? Hello, rookie. Hey, Escape, whatever you do, don't advertise here, okay? Oh, and we've got a game. And we don't have a game. Hey, Rare's 1K, man. It sounds to me like you're kind of jerking yourself off and you're blaming your teammates. I mean, we all have that. We all have these kind of games where we go 30-2 and then your teammates just don't do well. Well, you know what? I gotta tell you, dude. Sometimes for you to be able to have free farm, it comes at the cost of other people. There's this concept called space. So I actually play Space Creator very often. I run around, I gank, I push really deep, so then they chase me. When they chase me, that means my carry can farm. So in your case, you're farming a lot, but like you're blaming your teammates. Anyways, no, what you're saying is that basically you can't get out of your bracket because of your teammates, but that's not true. Hey, Bao, thanks for subscribing. Anyways, stop making excuses, man. It's your fault, okay? Maybe not for that one game, but remember this. You play 10 games, maybe you get unlucky, okay? Maybe you have, in 10 games, you have 6 or 7 or 8 games where you have really, really bad team. But when you play 100 games, man, that's all you. You're in your MMR, you're in your bracket because that's you. Lynn, thanks for subscribing. Blue, do you think I'll ever get over 0 MMR? I don't know, BJ. I don't think so, man. Let's be real here, homie. Hey, Blue, how to have FPS without fluctuation? That is impossible. Yeah, hi, Blue, have you ever casted a game? Yes, I have. I prefer not to. Too much talking, you know? Prefer not to talk too much. I already talk too much every day. I think we have game now.
Pick someone in chat to choose a hero. Let's go blue.
Okay. Let me think about who I'm gonna pick in chat.
5 seconds left.
You pick Snowpoop? Hey, my choice. Favorite Dota team, EG. I'm from North America after all.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Hen Dunk, thanks for subscribing. Try not to advertise here. You don't give a thrill? I don't understand what that means. Rares, there's nothing you can do, man. Sometimes you have all the farm on your team and your teammates don't. But remember, like, you're still fighting against the enemy team who have farm and maybe they have balanced farm, maybe they don't. There's nothing you can do, man. Like, you're trying to play the victim here. I'm like, I'm so powerful, but my teammates don't have farm. What do I do? Well, maybe you should learn how to work better as a team. Like, quite honestly, man.
This is where you win.
Maybe you're playing super greedy and like you don't really help your teams. You just keep farming and farming and farming and farming. That's why you have farm, but you don't help your team. And even if you tell me, "Well, I do help my team," yeah, I'm sure you do, but maybe you don't help your team enough.
10 seconds.
I don't know what your problem is, man.
5 seconds left. Remember, the goal is to have fun.
How can I spell your name so well? Because it was written on the screen. Also, I'm from Vietnam. What do I think about TI9? I think that it shouldn't be in China.
10 seconds to go.
Oh, Mars mid. Hey Johnny, are you here? Oh, Asian dumbass. Asian dumbass.
Your pick now. You know what to do.
So I have a medical question for you. So I often work at... Okay, I don't know if you're listening right now. I should wait to confirm that you're listening. Oh, he's gonna get lunch? Okay, never mind. I don't have a main role.
Your pick now.
Start what?
What? Huh?
How many months does it take me to reach Divine? Hey Anish, you have to remember that I actually calibrated at the highest MMR. I played Dota 1, so it's not like you can compare months like that. Huh. I'm feeling very nervous about this Alchemist pick. Kandraji, I'm good, how are you? Thanks, Ken.
My quiver and bow are ready.
Hey, give me your tangos, okay?
Onward.
What, me? Oh, is juggling mid?
I'm going mid now.
Fuck.
Silent as
Oh, do you want solo XP top or what? I'll try and stack as much as I can for you.
Thanks, Lulu and Beach It. You can judge it.
good enough. That was my thought.
It's in the bag.
To battle. My sentiments as well.
30 seconds to battle. Feel free to start killing before that. We're not stickers.
Agreed.
See you later, Snail Poop. 30 minutes? Sounds good, buddy. I'll be here.
Forward.
Viraj, thanks for subscribing. Thank you, Anup. Thank you, Haku. Thank you, Roderick. Hey, get bottom room.
First blood!
So be it.
First blood comes with the first breath of
I'm not, I'm taught, I'm ready to fly.
I dropped Tango so that I don't want them to see me put down the ward. Sometimes people fake put down wards.
Yes. I go in silence. Denied.
Go fast.
My bow is drawn.
It's a trialing top.
Into the fray. Way ahead of you. Finally. That was my thought.
Nice job, honey.
Many a grave is hidden in these woods. Agreed. Arrow, fly. Good enough.
There's a ward here.
Silent as mist. Forward. Attack. My bow is strung. My bow is drawn. So be it. Onward. Denied. Very well. I go in silence. Yes. My sentiments as well. Good enough. I go in silence. To battle.
Okay.
I'll cut a knot with your name on it.
Dire structures are fortified.
Feel the bite of frost. Quiver. Yes. Very well. That is my thought.
What the fuck?
Forward. Death comes silently. Denied. Agreed. Onward. My sentiments as well. My bow is drawn. Feel the frost. Silent as mist. So be it.
What the fuck? hell away from you. Oh, I'm being dive mid.
Onward. Agreed.
I'm gonna shrine. Oh fuck! I'm gonna shrine bottom.
Okay, I'll join you.
Okay.
So be it. Silent as mist. The price you pay. My bow is drawn.
I'm gonna stack some camps here.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, make sure you get the. I think you can even stack all three at the same time. Use your wave.
You even killing spree!
I go in silence. Denied. My sentiments is
Play the game, guys. Just play the game.
You think I can kill the Wyvern?
forward.
Here, this is too many.
That was my thought. There's rage. Way ahead of you.
I'm leaving mid to jungle.
My sentiments as well. Arrow.
I'm gonna stop XP then. I'm level 2.
To battle. Very well. Pride of the Drow. So be it. My bow is drawn.
Can I fucking kill this thing already? Jesus. Ignore that.
Bottom rim, bottom rim. I think that's a triple stack here.
Okay. Hey, I'm hasted, Tiny. Maybe we can kill the monkey.
I shall
What the fuck? Maybe not. Care mid, care mid.
Good enough. Agreed. Silent as mist. That was my thought. I go in silence. Good enough. Battle. Feel my cold embrace.
Tony, do you care if I take the tome?
Very well. Bite, frost.
Ruins?
Radiant called it the fortification.
Actually, I used this self way too early. What am I doing? Hey, I'm coming with Gust.
Your top tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker. Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right? Your top
You have his
tower
ultimate?
is under attack.
I don't want to chase this too far.
Fair trade.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Top tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there.
As deep as forest shade. Agreed.
The top tower needs some help. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Forward.
The top tower needs some help.
Onward.
Your top tower is under attack.
So be it. Arrow fly.
Oh, there's a double stack, triple stack here.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, dude. That's level 1. What the hell?
Your top tower has fallen.
Your fate is sealed. I'll cut a notch with your name on it.
Oh yeah, Johnny. So I think I pee a little bit too often.
Come silently.
Hold on, let me just check them out.
Bite.
So I generally exercise, quite intense exercises, like 3 hours before I sleep.
My sentiments as well.
And then I usually pee right before I go to bed. And then I might
That was
like,
my thought.
I might drink like not that much water.
Quiver.
Like maybe 200 milliliters of water, but I always end up peeing like 4 to 5 hours later. So I'm just wondering if that's irregular.
Feel the bite of frost.
Sometimes I wake up like 4 or 5 hours later.
Monkey's going for
I'll
you.
go to
careful.
pee, and then I'll just drink some more water.
So be it.
Wait, what about Monkey King?
He's here somewhere.
Okay.
Into the fray.
Yeah, I'll wake up 4 to 5 hours into my sleep. I'll drink like some more water, like maybe 200 milliliters. And then when I wake up 3 hours after that, after getting my full,
Good enough.
like I still feel quite the urge to go to the bathroom. You know? I feel like the urge is a little bit too small.
Bullseye. Silent as mist.
The enemy's
No, I mean, it
attacking
seems
the
like
middle
I need to
Don't do that!
pee a little bit too urgently.
Very well.
tower. Dire structures are fortified.
I go in silence. Your fate is sealed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Did you ever doctor for the previous time?
Feel my cold.
Yeah, he gave me some
embrace.
UTI pills. Was the previous one ever cleared? Well, I didn't take
My
a second P
sentiments
test.
as well.
So I mean, I also took pills, you know, the
Agreed.
Doxy, you know what I'm talking about, for condition we talked about the other time as well.
My bow is strong. Yes. Forward.
Why did I walk in a straight line?
Killing spree.
Feel the frost.
The urgency ever stop? I think after I took the UTI pills, it seems like it was less urgent.
It's not time yet. Way ahead of you.
Should I get Shadow Blade this game?
My sentiments as well.
But then once I took the Doxy,
We'll take that.
I don't know.
That
Seems
was
like
my
it's
thought.
still a little bit urgent sometimes. It's kind of annoying going to the bathroom as often as I do.
There's a double stack here, John.
Thank you.
Deliver. I shall nip my enemies. Silent as mist.
Okay, so do you think I need more Doxy or more of the
Go in
UTI stuff?
silence.
Or maybe I should just go see a doctor.
Yes.
I'm running over slowly. Be there in like
Top
7
tower's under
seconds.
attack.
Aaron.
Tower is under attack.
Aaron fly.
The top tower needs some help.
Attack.
Killing spree.
We hardly knew you. Just as well.
Does he even have mana to TP? His mana's low, I know that. Are we shrine? Oh, I'd like to shrine.
So be it. Good enough.
Okay.
My bow is drawn.
Gotcha.
Forward.
What does that mean?
Way ahead of you.
Your bottom
See him
tower
pinging, but I
is
have no
under
idea what that
attack.
means.
Oh, there better be something important going on.
Arrow, fly. Arrow, fly.
Holy fuck, that panda's so farmed.
Very well.
Okay. That panda has Midas and Radiance.
One less
Sorry,
tower
Midas
now,
and
by the
Relic.
way.
Forward.
Dominate.
Chill out. My bow is drawn.
Ooh, your bottom tower.
Oh, Kyle, how you doing?
Bad. Radiant fortified destructions. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Your fate is sealed. So be it.
Your top tower is under attack.
How does he see me, dude?
My sentiments as well.
Walk away, just walk away.
Yes.
He still has swap, so it should be okay.
I shall not lose. I go in silence.
Thanks.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Spirit gives true sight? What?
That was my thought. Onward.
Your middle tower's under attack.
My bow is drawn.
Ruins?
Good enough. Silent as mist.
The top tower needs some help.
Where the fuck is Monkey King?
Dominate!
Did you see this shit?
Yes. Quiver.
Oh man.
I go in silence. Way ahead of you. To battle.
Can we kill this guy by any chance?
That was my thought. So be it.
Kind of far. Man, how does he know this shit? Jesus.
Arrow fodder.
This arrow's warded. So.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm trying my best to be Lord.
Frost. Top is missing. Onward.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I don't know. This is
My
Like these troublemakers.
arena's down. Maybe we can focus this guy.
The bottom tower is under attack. The
Kill
bottom
Panda.
tower just took a dirt nap.
very well. My sentiments as well.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower. Mega kill!
Though I know I should respect the dead. But first, you have to earn it.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower. Unstoppable! Double kill! Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. Radiant structures are fortified.
Feel the bite of frost. Death comes silently. Onward. Into the fray.
Oh, there's a panda here.
Battle.
There it is. Leave me.
Death.
Bigger they are, the harder they
Double kill!
There's a triple stack here. Fuck.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad. Giant structures are fortified.
That was
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
forward.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh, you need to find that.
That's not helping.
My bow is dry.
Okay. This Mars might be low.
What, not your job or something?
That was my
Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
What the fuck? This is an illusion.
arrow. Find your target.
The panda's at the bottom right now.
So be it. Way
25-minute runes.
I'll cut cut a notch with your name
We'll
on it.
take that.
Agreed. Feel the frost. Good enough.
I got a BKB coming.
Attack.
Look at that.
I'm running over. I have nothing with a TP too, so it's gonna take a little bit.
That was my thought.
I think we can focus on getting Roshan after this.
Black King Bar. Silent as mist. I go in silence. Good enough.
Do they have Curse or Monkey King ult?
Curse was used.
Okay. Hey, I don't think we push.
My time at full.
Yeah, I think Roshan's much safer play.
So be it.
Okay, I'm running over towards you guys.
Very well.
Killing spree. Double kill.
A lonely death. Uh-huh.
Dominate. Triple kill.
Ooh, nice shot.
Game's not won.
My bow is strong.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a mega kill. Radiant structures are fortified.
I'll cut a notch with your name on it.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle
Yeah, rush, easy rush.
is their sunset memory.
We should take Shrine first, I think.
Okay.
Battle.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Yes. Onward.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
You guys want to push bottom?
Onward.
Either or. Bottom, this might be better since there's a shrine we can take.
Good enough. Illusion. Agreed. That was my thought.
Go, you go, you go, you go.
My grave is hidden in these worlds. Bite, Frost.
Saying passive 3 doesn't make you good or smart, by the way.
Attack.
I think we can force high ground.
Hey,
Vexer, come.
now cut down that
Mars doesn't have ult and they don't have Panda.
Very well.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I can't believe we won.
Yeah, the Alchemist pick was little monk-us.
Lot better ventilation now. Just can't breathe. Those barracks are stuck.
Forward. Silent as mist.
I've just had a lot of bad games with Alchemist, you know.
Silence.
Top tower needs help.
You get my arrows back, and then you can die.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
I'm silent.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
GG.
Radiant Agent is nothing but trouble. Dire, take it all the way.
Oh yeah. Oh man, I never select my challenges ever. Hey guys, I'll be back in 1 minute. Going to the bathroom again. Huh. A nice clean game. Oh, I'm 9-1. Oh, so good. Hey guys, I'm back. Thanks. Really glad we Alchemist and I switch lanes. Oh, the Alchemist is really farmed, eh? Hello, friends. Alright, let me read some of these comments. Oh yeah. Hey, Farouk. So sometimes, like, actually, people make this kind of comment very often. They say like passive BKB or passive Blink Dagger or whatever, right? Usually they're criticizing and they're criticizing and they're trying to sound smart, right? Like, obviously he should have used BKB before he got stunned. Obviously, right? Everyone knows that, right? It's kind of like when you get hooked by Pudge and you're like, oh, I shouldn't have gotten hooked by Pudge. Oh, really? Very obvious. I don't use my third skill oftentimes because I don't want the lanes pushed. Straight up. And you say that you didn't say that it was bad, but then why would you even make that comment? Right? Here, where are we? Butter chicken, nice and creamy. I like the new drow better. MMR is close to 5.7. Thank you. That was a smart decision. Oh, thanks, Lula. Oh, right, I'm supposed to get somebody to pick a hero, huh? Drinking water. I don't eat bread because I don't eat carbs. How does decide in a match? BW? Is that the really lazy way of typing in between? Oh, Jesus Christ. Between Blink and Dagger and Shadowblade. This is a very, 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 very complex decision. If you're 1k or 2k, man, just buy a Shadowblade, okay? Intermittent diet is very annoying sometimes. You feel hungry at nights, but you shouldn't eat. Hey, the Raj, actually, it's really easy for me. And that's because I usually when I stream, I actually just I get so into the game and so into talking with you guys that I just sometimes I actually don't realize how hungry I am just because I'm so busy. So then by the end of my stream, I'm actually super hungry because I'm like, oh, I'm not streaming anymore. Oh fuck, I'm really hungry. So then I eat a gigantic meal, and then I'm good for the rest of the day. That's how I do it. But I will say this: when I was working, like a regular 9-to-5 job, you know, like when you work, it's kind of slow unless you really like your job, right? And then you're like, oh fuck, what do? I'm so fucking bored. Time to eat. So I'll often eat out of boredom at work. So it's just how it is for me. Hello, Nick. Hello, Pucha. This Nan bread is hella good. Yeah, I like Nan bread. I just don't really eat carbs. And I still need to pick someone in the chat to pick a hero in your name.
5
Snowpoop.
seconds left.
Hello, Whoreboy. Hello, Rajat. I don't eat carbs because they're generally not very good for health. Do I play Team Fortress 2? No.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh? Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Oh, this is the Alchemist from earlier. Right. So I had to play 3.
10 seconds.
Yeah, keep yourself busy, basically, Devraj.
5 seconds left.
Oh, Pudge Oracle. Interesting. No, none of you guys are picking my hero. This late into the draft. Seen Panda
Remember,
from last
the
night?
goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? 10 seconds.
Bristleback.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
We have very little control, huh? Asians eat rice all the time? Yes, I'm Asian, but I do not eat rice.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Yeah, I would actually not recommend refined carbohydrates such as white rice, white bread, noodles, that kind of stuff. It's really high in calorie and very little nutrition. Just think about that for a second. Makes you fat, makes you hungry quickly, and there's very little nutrition. Just think about that. Shit. I think this guy's a Smurf, so hopefully he knows what he's doing. The Raj, that's not the correct usage of the word superstition, sir.
Look who's here.
This one.
Oi, one step at a time.
Prepare for battle.
Indeed.
I am not
I'll
smurfing.
sort this out.
Morning positivity.
Yes.
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 You don't say.
The word you're looking for is stereotype. Hope nobody would point it out.
By all means.
Let's play aggressive.
These faces need mashing.
30 seconds to battle. Feel free to start killing before that. We're not sticklers.
Is this guy serious? I mean, we're both taking more and more damage.
Ready. Here we go. Time for a good scrap. Bit of work to do.
Let the battle begin!
That way.
Whew. Okay, play your cards right, and this gig will land you on an easy street.
One step at a time.
Yes, TA is smurfing. You know, Arteezy has a lot of 7k smurfs, right? At one point, he had 3 accounts in the top 10.
You don't say.
Yes, it's possible to smurf at 5k, 6k, guys.
Yes.
Not everyone smurfs at 2k, 3k.
By all means. Here we go. Boy, one step at a time. Time for a good scrap. Indeed. I'll sort this.
He has very little region.
Yes, all my greedy guts, I admit it.
Oh, my greedy guts.
Bit of work to do. These faces need mashing. That way. Here we go.
Hey, Pudge, he's gonna pull.
One step at a time. I'll sort this out. Oi, one step at a time. Flat busted. Bit of work to do.
What the fuck?
There's nothing I can do about it if you're not gonna help me stop the pull.
Sorry, man. I thought we did stop the pull, but looks like you got it back.
Indeed. Not yet. That way. Time for a good scrap.
Double damage.
I'll sort this out. Here we go. Yes. By all means. One step at a time. These faces need mashing. Yes! Oi, one step at a time. That way. By all means. Here we go. You want some of this, son? You want it? I'll bash you dead. Have some of that. I'll sort this out. Bit of work to do. Not yet. I'll concave your head. It is not time yet. You get it? I'll sort this. Oi! Not yet. Yes. Yes. One step at a time.
I can hook this Ursa.
I don't have any mana.
Indeed. Time for a good scrap.
I'm gonna get runes and then go home mid.
Okay.
You don't say. Indeed. There's more where that came from. Yes, I'll take that as tribute. One step at a time. Yes. Here we go.
Not a lot I can do in this lane is the thing.
Boom. Fashion
Yeah, it's a free kill.
by all means. Time for a good scrap. Oi, one step at a time. For your troubles. It is not time yet. You get it? I'll sort this.
Oh my god, I missed both of those things.
Put your lights out. I am not ready. Oi! Not yet. These faces need mashing.
Gonna shrine bottom.
That way.
attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Bit of work to do. This'll sort you out.
Hi, Proven.
More of that cake, bro, sunshine. Here we go. It's not time yet, mate.
You put a trap right here, I can hook him.
Blood up now. Oi! Not yet.
Oh my fucking fairy fire, dude! Oh my god! Oh, what? I pressed C instead of space. That is frustrating.
Boy, calm down. I just took a quick trip to the bog. You don't say. Have some of that. Not yet. Here we go.
Come on, man, chase me some more.
By all means. I'll bash you dim. A dash of the honey. This'll sort you out. Yes. These faces need mashing. You don't say. Indeed. Shine for a good side. Bit of work.
Kill.
I'll never touch the snow. What's this? Back again? Oi, one step at a time.
Shit.
I'll sort this out.
I don't think he has his ultimate.
No, he doesn't. You guys should kill him.
Dominate! Double kill!
Yes,
Oh my god, he's too fast.
it's not time yet. You get it? Go! Oi! Not yet. I am
Oh my god, dude! Oh!
What's happening in our lanes right now? You're just not fucking dying.
Oh, near a dangerous knob. I'll sort this.
So frustrating. 10-minute runes?
One step at a
Are
time.
you kidding me? You bought the tome on a fucking carry? You're reported after this game. It's fucking terrible.
Oh god.
By all means. I am not ready. I'll sort this.
Your top tower is under attack!
Oi! Not yet. It's not time yet. You get it? That way.
Can I get mute on the trash talker? Thanks.
You want some of this, son? You want it?
Oh shit, it's really
It's not
toxic.
time
The
yet.
bottom tower is under attack! You
Yes.
gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Here we go.
Your bottom tower is under attack! Rally the dice when you're barricade!
Does he have a ward? No wonder.
One step at a
Ooh,
time.
your bottom tower's kinda bad! Your bottom tower has fallen!
These faces need mashing. Not yet. I am not ready. Yes. for your troubles.
Care mid. So at least 2 mid. 11 Shadow King versus 10 TA.
Oi, one step at a time. It is not time yet. You get it? Time for a good scrap.
Maybe we actually need a Greaves this game, but I'm not really sure.
I'll sort this
Your middle
out.
tower's under attack. What, not your job or something?
Holy fuck, what's that guy doing?
Love it. It's not time yet, mate. Indeed.
Oh my goodness.
I'll sort this out.
Regeneration.
I'm not ready. Bit of work to do.
Is that a bear?
I am not.
I'm so fucking dead.
Stand so supportive.
Alright, I think we lost this game. I'm feeding, Jug's feeding. Yeah. Actually, I'm feeding the most. Oh, you gotta eat him, dude.
Oi, one step at a time.
Oh god. Actually, gigantic fucking disaster.
It's not time yet. You get it? You don't suck.
Wicked sick! Your middle tower is under attack! You wanna talk to Fred?
Yeah, maybe you should have amended.
You got one less middle tower now, by the way. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty
Why?
magical.
Because you got in an argument with him? Like, don't pick poor Pudge, please, ever again.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Oh, fuck. Just don't know what to do, man. What the fuck?
I don't. I've never played Oracle in like months, and I still had like a lot more impact than you.
By all means.
Are you even watching your top tower?
One step
Man,
at
I
a
just
time.
don't know, man.
Your top tower is under attack.
Here we go. Time for a good scrap.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, I should have played Rista.
Top tower needs help.
It's not
Your
time yet,
top
mate.
tower is under attack.
Time for a good scrap.
Your top tower has fallen.
Alright, TP in the help?
Let's face it,
I don't think so.
Here we go.
I'll take that as tribute.
Killing spree!
Here we go. Oh, me back needs a scratch. By all means. Not yet. Here we go. You wear it well, mate. Ready.
Oh my god! Please just.
Your top tower is
Oh,
under
end the misery. I don't want to play this game anymore.
top tower is under attack. That's what I'm talking about. Dominate!
Yeah, this game is just a disaster. What's TA's from? 1 and 3 TA?
Why do I get the feeling? You ain't taking it seriously. Defend that sucker! Your middle tower is under
I'm done with
attack.
this game. You guys want to let them end it?
Here we have your middle tower.
I don't think you can
Not
come back.
being
I
there
fed
no
too
more.
much.
No, we're not winning this.
Yeah, let's let them end it, I guess. No sense in delaying the game 10 minutes.
Your middle tower has fallen.
This TA wants to try. That's admirable.
I'll sort this
Your
out.
middle barracks has fallen.
Hey, JT, unban him. He's probably just a kid who thinks he's funny.
You're doing it wrong.
But we might ban him later. Maybe he's,
I'll sort this.
Hey, Mod Mage. Next time you're gonna get banned. If you make another disrespectful comment.
Yes.
Not your buddy, pal.
Yes.
Yeah, I did watch him spin at Shadow Fiend earlier. I'm like, why are you doing this? I mean, you're not gonna kill him. He has a Shadow Amulet, so you can't Omni Slash him after, and then he just died.
I'll sort this out.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Your top tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important
Yeah,
going on.
you guys watched that play,
Your
right? I
top
was just
tower
like,
has fallen.
huh, like what is he trying to achieve by spinning at the Shadow Fiend?
Your top barracks ain't nothing no more.
So, oh, Jug might actually be an account buyer. Wow.
Mega kill! Dominate!
About a minute.
I'll sort this.
Oh man, lose MR so fast, dude.
Your middle tower has fallen. Aw, that's my favorite tower.
How did TA lose lane to Shadow Fiend? I don't think TA. I don't.
He ain't lying. It's nothing sacred.
I'm not sure TA actually lost lane to Shadow Fiend. Like, remember that the TA and the Shadow Fiend, they don't actually have to fight each other, right? They can stalemate it. But once Shadow Fiend hits level 7, he can just farm 2 waves of 180 mana, right? I mean, the picture will be, you'll see a pretty clear picture. See, like, look, the TA and the Shadow Fiend, they drew even. Yeah, I think it's a pretty even matchup, TA versus Shadow Fiend. I know what you're thinking. You're like, oh, well, Refraction will allow TA not to get hit by raises, but that's not that important, to be quite honest. Yeah, actually, no, I'm scared to queue because of this Juggernaut. But I'm curious. Let's actually check out his April 21st Immortal. 147308354. Here, let's have a look, guys. Let's research this theory. I mean, most of his games are from Southeast Asia. I mean, his profile picture looks like he's from Southeast Asia. Maybe he's a North American who lives sometimes in Southeast Asia. He hides his Dota buff now. Okay, first mod to name a hero gets that hero chosen. Alright, mods, name a hero. And that hero will be so. Gotta get out of this conversation. Sky, done. You quick to the draw, JT. Well, I can't 100% conclude that Juggernaut's an account buyer, so, you know. I'm gonna switch accounts because I'm not playing ranked. I'm gonna switch accounts because unranked on my main account just takes so long. Okay, getting into Dota 2. Playing Skywrath. What processor do I have? Xing Shang Fu, have you never read the description of the stream? Seriously? Hi, Suraj. What food processor do I have? I don't know, man. I don't use food processors. Don't predict, please. This guy is so annoying when she does it. Talking to Bluebot?
Your turn to ban.
Well, time to roll.
5 seconds remaining.
28. I fucking lost, dude.
Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thanks, Jameer. My pro player? Nope.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Ah, yes. Drow lineup.
Your turn to pick.
Hey, Xing Shang Fu, you want the current market price? Is that what you're asking for? The current market price for 1080 Ti? Okay, I mid. You sent me Westeros Rhapsody?
Your turn to pick.
Okay. You back to mid. Do you mind sending it again? How much did it cost me? Close to 1,000 US dollars? It's a lot of money, right? Asnag, thank you for the good luck. Am I a Naruto fan? Yes. Do you think Drow's OP after last upgrade? Update? Yes. Squirtle, Charmander, Bulbasaur?
This
Very well then.
So
That is a great question.
prepare for battle.
Man, my fucking mouse settings are so damn annoying. Mouse.
Yes.
There we go. I think this is good.
Consider the
What am I being pinged for?
As I will.
Seconds
my
to
honor.
battle.
Quelling Blade first? Of course.
Indeed.
Should be Drow down here, right? Drow's really weak at level 1.
Forth and willingly. By the bloody penguin. I'm not ready.
Arrow?
You
The
have
battle begins.
Even on this fallen field, I dedicate my powers to the lofty Skywrath. You'll have
We
no
got 4
cause to
runes, dude.
question me.
Nice.
Yes.
Fuck is this shit? Getting notifications?
Undoubtedly.
Oh god! Oh man. I don't have time to react.
It was Alex on and on.
Power comes from the heart. And now mine
Jesus Christ.
by my wings. nothing for you. I'll bide my time. Hi-ya! Be it thus.
What's wrong with this lion? Arrow, careful arrow. Fuck's wrong with lion?
I'll break their wings. You've thought this through?
Pull the creeps back, dude.
Mine only.
That's how you do it.
To a new landing. Indeed. My power is summoned.
This guy have regen? He doesn't even have regen. He thinks that he can be like the shark in this lane.
I go as bid.
Bro, you want me to be you want me? You want me be core? Huh? I can do that for you.
My power is summoned. To a new landing. As I will. It is right. By the ancient powers. Undoubtedly. Consider the consequences. Tis mine. I go as bid.
No, no, get away from me! You. Oh god, dude.
Yes. By the talons of Skria. Skria, your blood enthralled. Yes.
That's cute, man. That's really cute, actually.
What is true? Tis my honor. By my wings.
What the fuck is going on?
You'll have no cause to
I don't have any
question.
mana, but I'm gonna click him. I'm gonna click him. I'm gonna click him. Got him. Hey!
All I do,
Hardest kill of my
in
life.
her name.
Oh shit. I guess he's.
That may well be.
The sound is laggy for some. Don't know how to fix it for now. You're gonna have to deal with it.
The time has arrived. Indeed. The Skyrath live through me. Indeed.
So I am very much feeling like I am the 3. This is good. Better for this team of Valkyrie. 5-minute runes. Runes. Stop pulling. I need you.
Just so.
I need you.
Very well then.
I need you.
Bountiful. That should help.
As it is in my power.
Never mind.
You'll have no cause to question me.
Let's try and beach.
It is right.
Where are you going, dude? Come on. He just wants to gank, huh? Sure, I use by myself. No problem.
Very well then.
Dude, just man up and fight him.
I see death.
Be it thus. By my wings.
Nice ward.
That may well be. greater end. Fly! You thought this through? Tis my honor.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I go as bid. Yes. Indeed. Just I'll dash them to the earth. I'll bide my time. This, yeah. Rah! My power is summoned.
Holy fuck. Hey, you still have each. Never mind.
Consider the consequences. To a new land. In the name of my secret love, I'll use this power well.
Oh, Slark versus Slardar? You guys remember that? Hey, I just realized they're both fish. Relevant information.
Indeed.
Indeed.
As I will.
GG, Xiang. Oh, there we go. I was gonna even more, but now I don't have to.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
As I will.
I'm here too. I'm here too. For more support.
Is that all?
I'll bide my time.
Dire's
They're gonna go all in on this
structures
tower in a
are
sec.
As it
Fit
is
for a
in my power.
queen. Your bottom tower has fallen.
I want the Dusa.
My power is summoned. Indeed.
Jump.
By my wings. Yes. Be it thus. Indeed. To a new landing. Forth and willingly. I go as bid.
Hmm. Nice that I get so much farm. This BH, I thought he was just gonna stay here and farm, but he just doesn't.
I screw up.
Hello, Valdo. How you doing?
Just so.
I'm in ruins.
Take that.
Let it fall. Haste. You thought this through?
Radiant structures are fortified.
My sword! You'll have no cause to question me. Rod of Athos! That may well be.
So it seems to me Slardar is the most powerful person on the enemy team. Maybe we can kill him. Although, I don't know. There's so much farm here.
Dash.
So I was supposed to be 4 Sky, but then BH left lane, then I became 3.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Consider the consequences.
Why don't you play on your mortal account? What makes you think I'm not?
Very well then. The truth of my heart shall be writ upon the skies. You've thought this through?
I might be dead here. Or not.
Tis my honor. I go as bid.
All yours.
To a new landing.
Double damage.
Wait, we can kill Slaughter. Wait, bitch. I'm gonna Atos this guy. Two of 15. Wow. I have 1 out of the 2 deaths on this team. Sam! Thank you for the $5, my friend.
As it is in
The
my
enemy's
power.
middle tower has fallen.
Undoubtedly.
How do you get fast farmer Sky?
right.
Hey, creeps.
I'll break their wings.
Holy shit, he's alive. Now he's not.
Indeed. Just so I catch your bowstring trowel.
Too easy. I don't know, this game's too easy.
You'll have no cause to question me. Forth and willingly.
The first of many homes? What does that mean, Sam? I know you often speak in
I
riddles.
will.
Riddle me not.
Avilera sends me. That may well be.
Oh
Your
shit!
bottom tower is
Oh,
under
I almost got hit by that
attack.
snake.
Be it thus.
The guy's so dead. Good thing it was him and not me.
By my wings.
Good thing it was him and not me. What the fuck? This guy has tranquil boots. Oh, wow. Okay.
Arcane are my ways. Consider the consequences.
I was thinking that was the first many donations, but
Bide my time.
I didn't want to make assumptions. You know. God, I'm so good. 15-minute runes.
Some thought, believe me. Would grow dizzy at such time. I'll take that.
Oh, sorry. Next one is yours. Okay. I'm gonna go back to base. I'm basically range creep.
Worthy tribute. Your top tower is under attack.
Indeed.
Ah, Rubik's dead.
My power is summoned.
Yeah, let's kill Slaughter.
Just so. It is right.
Woo! So powerful! I've got the power. Bum 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 bum. Got the power. Exactly.
I'll bide my time.
The moment he appeared, he was already dead.
Indeed.
Do I think Skywrath needs 4 staff or no? I think Dota 2 is a situational game
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
that you are
Radiant
oversimplifying
structures
right
are
now.
fortified.
Right now.
Consider the consequences.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
As I will.
How'd the anti-mage game go? Well, we crushed them. Well, I wouldn't say crushed, but I would say... I won't say. Dude, I don't have my ult for 2 seconds. This is actually terrible timing. Oh man, I TP too early. Enemy team need comeback anyways, so...
Radiant structures are fortified.
But yeah, anti-mage game, they have 5 counters. I win anyways.
Schooled you good. Melts away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
As it is in my power. I shall not report. That may well be.
Okay, you know what? You don't have a clarity, man. They must have been pretty bad then. Damn it, Logan. That's insulting to my anti-mage
Be
skills.
it thus.
And my team. Maybe my team and I are just so damn
By
good.
my wings.
Some things you can't plan for.
Shit.
'Tis my honor. Yes. Tis my honor.
Oh shit. God damn it!
I'm under attack.
Cooldown for this shit is so long. 60 seconds.
As I will. Give it here.
Nah, I don't want to be part of that.
Very well then.
I'm not a part of the system.
You have entered my realm. All creation lies strewn below me by the bloody Trinian. Who dares fly against me? Hiya! Indeed.
My best hero is factually Spectre.
Undoubtedly. Be it thus.
Your top tower
It
is
is
under
right.
attack.
Slippery when
I keep taking his shit.
My wings. No, it's not my
Haste. Your top tower is under attack.
My power is summoned.
Track that bitch.
I go as will. Dash again.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
As it is in
You
my
can get out,
power.
dude. Oh, I did tell them. Ah! Oh shit!
To a new land.
Thought I was already home free.
To restore her to the nest of glory.
Your middle tower is
We're not
under
taking a
attack.
big and massive turret all over them anymore, Devraj.
Your middle tower has
We
fallen.
fuck thrown this game. Who's my favorite Keen to play? I don't know what that means.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My god, this guy's almost dead.
Your middle tower is under attack. Roshan has
Holy
fallen
fuck.
to his death.
Consider the consequences. I'll bide my time.
Slark had his way with you.
That may well be.
Holy shit!
Just so.
God damn it.
Thought this through? By the talons. Hiya! Rah! Attack! You'll have no cause to question me. The time has arrived. The time has arrived. Rah! Yes. Forth and willingly.
Yeah, I have never seen Keen that way either.
Yeah.
What the fuck, man? Help, help, help!
By my wings.
I'm fairly certain it's just incorrect English usage.
You've thought this through? You'll have no cause to question me.
Your top tower.
They
is
moonlight
under
it, by the
attack.
way.
Tis
Dire
my honor.
structures are fortified.
I go as bid.
Your top tower is under attack.
As I will.
Your top tower is under attack.
So, okay, so let's see here. Who's your favorite Keen to play? Oh my god, Sam. Stop being so smart. Oh, when did they take Roshan? What? 25-minute runs.
Power comes from the heart, and now mine beats anew. Be it thus.
That should help. I'll take that.
Tip to tip my wings, cover you bears fly against me. I'll bide my time. Very well then. That may well be. Think of it as a new beginning.
The abyss.
Here, they still have Aegis.
Triple kill.
Indeed. My power is summoned. Undoubtedly. Just
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
It is
Your
right.
bottom tower has fallen.
As it is in my power.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
To a new landing.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Need more help? This Drow's hella low, guys. He's so low and he's trapped.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Can this be?
Ruby, you can fight him.
Of duty.
English only, please.
Your top tower is under attack.
Revenge. Always before me. Before me. You've thought this through?
Your top tower is under attack.
With me. Regeneration. Just so.
Your top tower is under attack.
Arcane are my ways. Yes.
Dude, I just fucking blew the shit out of him.
Very well then.
That was great, man. that's a lot of fun.
That may well be.
Oh! Okay, good. It's not the same kind of word. Okay, now it is the same kind of word. Hmm. Did I own PS2? No,
As I will.
only own PS4.
It is right. To a new land. You'll have no cause to question me. Forth and willingly.
Motherfucker! Well, whatever, use shrine, man. Hey, I have no mana, okay? Just saying.
Let it go. By my wings. I go as bid. As it is in my power.
Oh yeah, you fight me? Huh?
To the black.
Truth of my heart. I'm under attack.
Oh, fucking damage. Pay for that. Make him pay. Make them all pay. Slark really seems quite underfarmed at this point.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh,
Your
that
middle
is
tower
essentially.
is under attack.
Just defusal and pounce, man.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Drow TPing top. Drow's probably TPing to the shrine.
Power comes from the heart.
Those are illusions bottom. Man, I just spawned. Oh, I made him rage buyback. Hey, I'll be back. You guys are gonna go to the bathroom.
Haste! Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Immortality.
Never more to see my Skyrath home? That would be worse than any death.
English only, please. That'll be your last warning, Asnan.
My power is summoned. Indeed. Be it thus.
Oh fuck, I pressed the wrong button. Doesn't matter.
Skyrath, live!
Understood. A lonely death.
Huh. We're like all over the place now, hey? Hey, Medusa's cheese, don't go too far into Dusa. Medusa's cheese, care? Wow, his Dark Pact is so slow, dude.
I warned you not to speak with rangers.
Is my mortal count? Yes.
Bountiful. Revenge always before all else. 'Tis my honor.
Guys, they're pushing high ground.
Yes.
Why is my Atos not working, dude?
All I do in creation lies strewn.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Oh, I still have my ultimate. Oh well.
Your middle barracks has fallen, and then you can die.
Yeah, I keep pressing Rod of Atos, but I don't know why. It just doesn't work. And Drow. Drow lost this. There we go. Come on, what are you doing, Slark?
Ecstasy.
Yo, Gaze pierces BKB, guys.
There's more than one hunter in these woods.
Game knowledge is very important, guys. You know, Bounty Hunter's not wrong. He actually had a lot of farm in the beginning, but then he just threw it.
Can help restore her to the Eyrie. It's worth it. You've thought this through? Hurrah! I'm not ready. I'll break their wings.
I know how to fix a computer, Genie. Wanna come to Canada?
As it is in my power. Hiya! By the ancient powers. To a new landing. It is right. My power is summoned. Yeah. Hiya!
Are you fucking kidding me?
Indeed. My grave. I go as bid. Forth and willingly.
Monster kill.
That's pretty useless fine. I mean, we actually lost this game, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, none of these guys have buyback.
I saw it so briefly.
Whatever. Let them end it. I have buyback in like 15 seconds. Yeah, our carry's just not scaling well enough.
Your top tower has fallen.
Hell, what else can they do to me?
Your top tower is
I
under attack.
rededicate my magic to the nest of thorns.
Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack.
Do so.
Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen.
As I will.
Die, Tusa!
Kiss my
Does it come back?
Lion's heart.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Does Butterfly counter Sky Ultimate? Hey Valda, you cannot evade magic.
Beautiful.
Worthy tribute.
We can't push into Dusa, so Roshan's the best bet. If it's even up. BKB makes you spell immune? Yes, yes it does. What are you trying to imply, Joey? Right-clicking the ground counters Mystic Flare. Not wrong. Recalibrate my flux capacitor. We tinker now? Hey, there's two very powerful runes. Maybe we can take a fight with the runes.
I am undaunted. Undoubtedly. Very well then. That may well be.
Fit for a queen.
Consider the consequences. He's right.
I'll be right back. Oh, I have boots travel.
Yes.
I will push back top. Do not go back to top.
That may well be. Let it fall. Hurrah! Hiya! Very well then. Hiya!
Jesus Christ.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, you told us. So if I get eggs, do I shoot 4 of these bolts? It's probably just 3, right? We lost either way.
Undoubtedly. Be it thus.
Okay.
As it is in my power.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Nice slaughter. Where are you, huh?
By my will.
You're dead!
Your middle tower is under attack.
In all I do in her name.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortress.
Upon you.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I go as billed.
Your
Not buying
bottom
eggs,
tower
guys.
is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom
I'll win this
barracks
game.
has fallen. The enemy now has mega creeps.
My power is. Take that.
Oh my Yules! No! Oh man, this game's so hard.
Your ancient is under attack.
Hi, Neve. Yeah, and the Slark kinda sucked dick.
Your ancient is
Oh.
under attack. Radiant victory.
Damn, man! What the fuck happened to my team? Was it the Slark? Didn't he have a really good farm early?
He did.
Yeah, well, I mean, we won the early game. Hard. Very hard. Still ahead in the mid game, but then late game. Can't report Slark for being noobs head face. Skywrath's really fun though. Like, I'm support. Remember, holy shit, I did more damage than anyone in the game as a support. Report yourself, PH picker. Look at his items. What's wrong with his items? Just this hero is a trash. Would you like to donate for me to play on my main account? True, commend me. Damn it. Hey, I got the command.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
I'm taking it easy, playing on my Smurf, guys.
Your turn to pick.
Before we talk more about this, I will say this. Beggars cannot be choosers. Alright? Alright? Does anybody who wishes to complain have trouble understanding the statement? Let me know.
Remaining.
Hello, on Dredge. It's going okay today.
5 seconds.
This guy rolled a 3. Thanos rolled 3. Yo, Aaron. Yes, what Asian dumbass said.
Your turn to pick.
Hmm.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Kyle, you want to bet? Okay, man, hold on a sec. Is it our turn to pick? No, it's not. Wait. Betting.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Okay, you get 9 minutes to bet. Go. Okay, man. I won't be playing on my main account for less than 10 US dollar. The blue bubble is an eye tracker. Wait a minute, they have a tusk though. Sniper might be a terrible idea.
Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Hey Valdo, you're not even betting properly. You should type in exclamation mark how to bet. Wait, what? Shout.
Alright. I guess we have Bounty Hunter as our 3 position.
Can I get 2 tangles and a ward, please? Go try the streaming on Twitch, yes.
I don't know what the fuck they're drafting, though.
Wait, what? Hi, Nafa. Thanks, man.
Let's get a fight.
Yes, Valdo. Once again, you are factually betting incorrectly.
It is like a wildfire. Prepare for
Xing Shang Fu, you fucked it up too. Can you guys just read the instructions? World of Warcraft soundtrack.
This one is in
I go like the blazes. Heat wave.
It's in the bag.
To battle. Yes. Quick. "30 seconds to battle."
You're not the only one getting sound lag. Are you guys seeing the sound first or the action first? Let me know. Thanks. BH is now a core. He's no longer support.
Open fire.
Come on, let's go.
I'm going. The battle begins. The heat is on.
Dude, he's actually gonna die. First action, then sound.
Burn a path.
First action, and then sound.
Fire insurance. Time to hide. Scorch. My flame burns bright. Oh yeah. Slash and burn. On it. Burn a path. I'm going. Heat wave. Yes. I can make the blazes. Mount burn.
Oh, this is
In the
Invoker.
heat.
Fuck, I just missed the last hit, man. And that last one.
Yes.
Yeah, I think enemy's draft is fucked.
Attack.
And this Invoker seems to be like kind of AFK, or he's like fighting with his girlfriend or something like that.
Quick. To battle. Time to hotfoot it. Like a wildfire. Oh yeah. Like a wildfire. Fire away. Burn a path. On it. Invisibility. To battle. Help swell. Burn 'em up. I go like the blazes. Time to hot foot. Burn 'em all. Quick.
It's all the same to me.
Fuck.
Light 'em up. Deny. I'm going. Yes. Burn 'em up. Fire away.
Hey.
Attack. Yes.
Hey Diesel, if you want to rotate, you can.
Hey, I would like to get that Rufus.
To battle.
Not needed for me.
Bottling fire. Burn a path. Burn 'em all. Like a wildfire. Slash and burn. Yes. Radiant structures are fortified.
Time to hot foot.
Dire structures are fortified. Help Swelter. I'm under attack. I'm not ready. Heat wave.
Ah, 20 mana short, dude.
I'm going. I go like the blazes. In you go. Haste. Quick.
Gotcha.
Yes. Open fire. I go like the blazes.
Shrining bottom.
You can go there, dude.
Thank
I'm
you.
okay.
Burn a path. Yes. Quick. To battle. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, yeah. Heat wave. On it. Something for a cold day. I'm going.
Okay,
Regeneration. Time to hot. Not yet. Yes. Quick. I'm going. Heat wave.
Sucker.
It's nothing. It's the humiliation.
Bring in the heat.
Thank you.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
All fired up. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Crispy Bacon. I'll ban you myself. You try to talk anyone in the stream, okay?
I go like the blazes.
We know you're probably 12 years old and you think it's funny to make fun of gay people.
battle.
You think you're cool, but it's not cool.
Like a wildfire. Burn a path. Yes.
Fortune stain.
Time to hot. It's not time yet. Oh, that's hot. Hot enough for you. Bring in the heat. Yes. Oh yeah.
Thank you for apologizing, Chris. Don't bully people, you know? You don't want to be bullied, don't bully others.
Yes. Help swelter. Open fire.
The enemy's top tower.
Oh my god, he fucking survived, dude. What? Did he have wand or some shit? Damn.
Quick.
Safe word.
I go like the blazes.
Excommunicated.
Nah, I don't have mana. I'm gonna get out of here.
Time to hot.
Stop bullying Invoker. Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
I'm going.
Wait, don't scare him.
To battle. Heat wave. Burn a path.
Yeah, these guys should leave the game. You bet on me losing, Valdo? Oh, Jesus. You sucker.
I'm going.
Sure, you think you played with me before?
The enemy's bottom
I mean, you can just.
tower has fallen.
I mean, you can just look up this name, right? Or Spirit Best Hero. Check it on your Dota. Pretty easy to figure out. This guy's still playing?
Oh yeah. Time to hot. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. To battle. Yes.
Why don't these guys leave, dude?
I'm going. Yes. Yes.
Hi, Silvio. How you doing?
Attack. Help swell. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Yes.
Can't.
Smoke weed every day. Nothing to burn. I go like the blazes. Bountiful. Oh yeah. I'm not ready. Like a wildfire. To battle. Warms my heart. Heat wave. Burn a path. Quick.
Hi, Edward.
Time to hot foot it. Fire away.
The no-eyed man is king.
The enemy's top tower is falling. Bring in the heat. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Ishwara, thanks for subscribing.
Open fire. Burn them all. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Time to hot. Yes. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Andrew, thanks for subscribing.
Quick! The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
I'm going.
You think you can beat me?
Oh yeah. Hold your feet to the fire.
Yep. Oh, didn't even go for the dazzle, eh?
Burn 'em up. No, you don't.
Run, bitch.
Yes. I go like the blazes. To battle.
Open fire.
Illusion. Dazzle.
To battle.
Burns, doesn't it?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Fire away.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. You now have mega The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's
Oh, I'm 16 and 0. Damn. So good. Oh. Yeah, I don't know why they're playing. By the way, I rarely ever played Lena. Jaya, thanks for subscribing. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do something. All right, I was gonna try to see if I could fix the sound. That bacon dude is probably like 13, 14 years old. That's why he tries to be so edgy and funny. Hey man, some advice for life? You don't have to be edgy and super intelligent or funny for people to like you. In fact, sometimes when you do it, people don't like you. Cyan, thanks for subscribing. Oh, sick. Ketchup, thanks for subscribing. Here, let me see if I can fix the sound. Is that a second? Never mind. So let me know if you still hear a delay, okay?
At once.
Or if it got worse. Kinu, thanks for subscribing. How does it sound, guys?
Steady on. Divine rapier for a sacred warrior.
Yeah, sometimes people don't try to be those things, but they are those things, right? Oh, it's fine now? Oh, Jesus.
With all my heart, the gods grant me life, nor shall I waste it. Give it up!
Maybe we'll play one more game or something like that.
It's a sacred trust.
Okay, here, I'll let you guys vote on the next year, okay? Let's do a poll. Poll. Oh, yeah, and give you guys some points. Betting winner 0. Okay. So this poll, I'm going to include. So we're going to add Terrorblade to this. Naga Siren will be part of this poll. Treant. Yeah, you lost your bet, Valdo. What a sucker. Oh, God. Not Pudge, not Rubik. I need a little bit more practice with Razor. Not TA. Darkseer? No, I fucking hate Darkseer, man. It's so boring. It's not my kind of hero. Oh, Nature's Prophet. I love that hero. Nature's Prophet. I bet. Betting's not on. Oh, I see what he's saying. Yeah, the vote has not started yet. No Leshrac. No LD. No Wind Ranger. Okay, and I'm gonna add Oracle to this. I don't think Oracle's gonna win the vote, but alright. So poll starts right now. You can go ahead and vote. To vote, you type in !vote space and then the number. That is the only way to vote, and there are no other heroes on this poll. These are your only choices. Good luck in your vote. Ooh, Treant Terrorblade. One for Razor. Zeus is not on the fucking list. Reading comprehension is hard, guys. Oh, Nature's Prophet, Terrorblade, tied. Razor edging up in second. Reading comprehension isn't for everyone, right? Chris Bacon, you fucked it up so many times, man. So the IDs on the left side here, these are the rankings. I don't know, maybe this is just too hard, like, do I need to make this bigger for some of you guys? Maybe this needs to be the biggest thing. There we go. Maybe that way some of you guys will fuck it up less. Let's just do it like this. You have a 3 times to vote then? Yeah, I think, yeah, you can vote 3 times. I'm not really sure. Yeah, actually, I'll try to vote. Vote for. Vote for. Thanks, Cheetan. Yeah, so you can't actually vote for the same hero more than once. See you later, Valdo. Thanks for stopping by today. Give me a game, Gaben. How do you get points? You watch the stream. You can also bet on games. Or you can donate money. I think that's basically it. Yeah, I think this is going to be my last game. Probably. Starting to feel a little tired, guys. Oh, and we've got a game. Good. That's good. Bottoms up on my water. Terribly A1, right? Terribly.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
So these guys want. So Orange wanted to play safe lane carry. He rolled the 32, and then I rolled a 62.
Your turn to pick.
And I believe that Purple also wanted to play safe lane carry, and then he rolled an 8. What a sucker!
Your turn to pick.
TB wins. Kind of wanted to play TB anyways. Is Tinker banned? Storm Spirit, Sniper, Dark Will, okay. Don't spam, okay? That CL guy knows my account? Who? What?
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Andrich, that's exactly what it is. Remember, blue is a common color. Guys, I believe no, this vote is over. I'm gonna play TB. Congratulations to Terrorblade voters. You have won the vote. We're playing Terrorblade. Good job.
Your turn to pick.
Fear he who fears nothing. Wait a minute, where's Viper going?
The self-righteous shall choke on their sanctimony. The wise flee my footfalls.
You can call this one.
Prepare for battle.
Lost, and I'll not start now.
Strike a nerve.
It's
Did you vote for Razor, Haku? You know, I think you threw a bunch of money at me earlier, right? You can request cereal, Haku.
That was costly.
Haku, are you going to TI9?
I steal ahead.
30 seconds to battle.
Thwart my path.
The battle begins.
We got 0 runes?
Breathe it in.
We got 0 runes? Well, that's not very impressive.
Darkness. Cut and run. Watch them flee.
Oh, shit, that was a mistake.
Shriek when you see me. I steal ahead. Hitting my stride. A crushing skirmish. Just a solo. Take it. No. Wise, flee my footfalls. First blood. My aggrandizement increases. Watch them flee. Cut and run. Give way. Path of darkness. Cherry carnage.
I should just use my metamorphosis, man. Hey Akil, have you ever heard the expression beggars can't be choosers? Do you think that you have power here? And by the way, I'm probably double your age. Also, English only please, thanks.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Fear he who fears nothing. It is a solemn undertaking. Cut and run.
I don't mind doing things for you, John.
Wise, free my footfalls.
Can someone tag that Akil guy? I need a response from him. I need to make sure they understand.
Hitting my stride.
Missing.
Oh, silence is golden. She's a
Why are you pinging?
watch them flee. Give way. Tempt my blade, why don't you?
Yeah, Akil, I don't really want your feedback. Not gonna lie.
Wise, free my footfalls.
Do you go up to girls and be like, hey, Brittany's hotter than you are? Do you say that kind of shit too, man? Bullets and I have very different personalities. Viper or Nyx might be top. It might be Nyx. Yeah.
My level best. She's a law. Darkness. A lost life. A found. Hitting my stride. Watch them flee. The marauder comes. Walking tall. Bosh for bosh. Rosh on Khadur. Stalking. Out of my way.
Shining bottom.
Depredations. They cannot hide.
Your top tower is under attack.
None will escape.
I need more items. Haven't said it.
Your top tower is under attack.
Give way. Let tear you asunder. The self-righteous shall pay. Shriek when you see me. On the move. Cut and run. Soul's growth. Athwart my path.
Okay, bud.
I see you ahead. A demon's active.
I mean, I'm kind of low, Pudge. Can't help you.
So's the snake, though. Kill him.
Give way.
Clip your wings.
It is a solemn undertaking. Athwart my path.
Oh shit. Why did I follow him in? Kinda like this. I know a guy taller and more handsome than you. Get good looking, please. You see what I did there, man? You see what I did?
Watch them flee. Beside myself. It's a long road. Now falls the dumb fear he who fears nothing. Cut and run.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Shriek when you see me. Getting my stride. Wise, flee my pitfalls.
10-minute runs.
Cursed be, I beside myself. I steal ahead. Coin of the realm. I run afoul. Haste. Cut and run. Crushing skirmish.
Logic equals 0.
Is under attack.
Alright, man. Can you explain to me what's wrong with my logic?
This one I beside myself.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I know you probably think that you're really smart, but go ahead, Akil. What's wrong with my logic?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
She's a long road. Give way. Darkness. Getting my stride. I steal ahead. I run afoul.
Watch me.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Athwart my path.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Corpses.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Shriek when you see me. Athwart my path.
The fuck? How's this game lost?
I run afoul.
So what's wrong with my logic again? Hey man, I asked you a question.
When you see me. Cut and run. She's a long road.
Okay, thanks.
Hitting my stride. My eminence grows. Watch them flee. The wise flee my footfalls. I'm beside myself. Give way.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yet. Like Jerry Carnage. Not yet.
Fresh meat.
Yeah, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Good job, Budge. Try playing an EU server? Why would I do that if I live in Western Canada?
Beside myself.
No, it's okay. I put it build every day? Yeah, pretty much.
It's not time yet. I will hurt you.
Hi, Johnson. Thank you, Haku.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified.
What does Drums do in TB? It gives him 6 intelligence, 6 strength, 6 agility, 1.5 mana regen, quick move speed, and an active that he can pop forever.
She's a long crushing smash. A demon's handiwork. Shriek when you see me.
If you want charges for Drums, you just have to buy the recipe.
Tempt my blade, why don't you? Regeneration. Give way. Fresh. Block my path. The path of darkness. Waste of my life. Cut and run. Curse it be. I'm not ready. I'm beside myself.
Your top
Oh, fuck, man. I meant to move. Oh, if I use my jumps, he'd be dead. Fuck, I should use my jumps.
Your middle tower is under attack.
They're coming.
Execution style.
God, sometimes you just get this feeling that you want to ban somebody, you know what I mean?
Spews me forth. Like Jerry Carnage. I run afoul. The wise flee my footfalls.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
A twist of my life.
I wasn't talking about you, Jake, for the record.
Fears he who fears nothing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Cursed be.
Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
I steal ahead.
Are you sure you want to go on it?
Watch them flee. Tempt my blade lighters. Meant to squash souls. Give way. Watch them flee. A paltry sub-corner of the realm.
Your top tower is under attack.
Boy, flesh me!
A Jerry Carnage. Path of darkness. Conjuration. This is the measure of all things.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
It's not time yet. Strike a nerve.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
It's not time yet. Depredations. In search of prey.
Aye. I stream every day around 7 a.m. And Keel, try not to be condescending here, okay, man? I'm getting condescending vibes from you. Fucking 2-horse.
Your top tower is under attack.
Coming. Dust.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
When you see me.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Do I need coffee when I stream? Yes. I don't need it, but very nice to have, right? Akio, I understand that you're not trying to be condescending, but a lot of the things that you say and do are.
Watch them flee. Their exchange. I carry carnage. Jesus.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Care. No, we just want this tower. Okay, let's just get this tower and get up. Ooh, okay. Hey, I don't want to go high ground.
Don't, just kill him.
Your top tower is under attack.
No, nobody right click the Nixies. What it hurt.
Huh? Kira, Lifestealer still running around somewhere. Good job, guys.
The enemy's middle
Man, I don't know. I didn't think that they were just running us like that. Akabin!
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Ready.
Wise, flee my footfalls.
Hey, back, Pudge. Okay. I'm coming.
Watch my path. I'm not ready. On the move. Trust in me.
Necro, you on it?
Your song has fallen to the
Buying Scotty.
She's a long road. I have studied Ishka. Hitting my stride.
Get the detection ready for Invoker.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Phoenix, you don't have to egg here. Okay.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
It's a ratio crit.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I can do that too, Invoker.
Oops, wrong one.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
GG guys. Ooh. Oh, that was a pleasant game of Terrorblade. Way better than my off-lane Terrorblade game. Oh my goodness. It was a terrible game. Terrorblade game. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That was a beatdown, eh? That wasn't even close. It's 40-14. Oh, you know what? They were actually ahead for 25 minutes, but then... GG, Putra. Alright, does anybody have any questions or comments before I go? I'm done for today. Is this ranked? Well, you tell me. Does that look like ranked? Oh, another command. Phoenix top support, you say? I don't know. I thought Pudge was really good. Pudge came and he helped me so many times. We got a whole bunch of kills. But yeah, it does appear that Phoenix bought pretty much all the support items. Have you even tried not to play? Have you even not to try play another game when live streams? Yeah, I played other games. Just don't really play other games often. Rip Ancient, yes. Are you one hero spammer or multi-hero? Well, I guess this is your first game here, eh? Well, you tell me how many heroes I play. GGGAT. No, I needed for Roche. Age is still up. Didn't watch the whole game, but well, What do you do the rest of the day after streaming? I jerk off, usually right after streaming. Then I eat food. And then I work out. and then I sleep. Something like that. But basically, my day revolves around streaming 90% of the time. Thank you, Devraj. Appreciate your positivity once again. Tomorrow sounds great, buddy. GG Wesley. Dragonlance any good early? Yes, sometimes. Sometimes they really need the range. You can go Dragonlance. Red Day. Well, I mean, I've only played 3 games on this account today, and it's 2 out of 3, so technically it's a green day. You're in Poland, are you? I'd hope you wash your hands before eating. Nah, I don't wash, man. I don't wash. Hi, Emery. Thank you, Edward. Although you do it the same thing. Oh, you need to pee so much. I see what you did there. No, I don't think. No, I've eaten while peeing before. You know, sometimes you have candy in your mouth and when you pee. I've also eaten food while shitting at the same time as well too. Hey man, sometimes you just gotta finish the last piece of food, right? But you really gotta take a shit. There's no next hero. The stream is over. Just taking comments right now. We've done 6-hour stream already. How much today you play a match? 8? You know, that's a very oddly specific number. You know, you could just leave the number out. I don't know why you think exactly 8, but that's oddly specific, don't you think? And to answer your question, I don't even know. Might be 8. What's my MMR? It's about 5.7k right now on the main account. A good night blend. Oh, can't wait to eat some food. What am I eating today? Should do a stream where you knock out the list of heroes they give you to play in order. They give you to play? Who's they? And why would I do something like that? See you later, Mode. See you later, Marine Snow. Yeah, generally, as you know, JT, I don't really do hero quests for nothing. Yeah, I just rather do my own thing. There's too many people to please, so I just do my own thing. Can I play one more game? No, this stream is over. Sorry, Shung. I'm hungry. Yeah, gotta get some food. Dota gives me a list of heroes to play. Like, you mean the all-hero challenge? I still don't know what you mean by that, JT. Blue. Why you choose blue, not red, not purple, green, or else? Blue's just my favorite color. What's the longest time have you done streaming? What's my longest streaming session? I think 12 or 13 hours. Bye, Lee. Bye, Nihate. Not there's and these savages in the comments. Well, I mean, JT, if you're referring to the all-hero challenge, I just don't particularly care. I mean, you do the all-hero challenge, and what is the reward for doing all-hero challenge? You get a bunch of, like, badge levels or something like that, right? But, oh, my chat disconnected. It says it disconnected right here. Maybe we'll try to refresh it. Yeah, I don't know why I care about doing all-hero challenge. Have a good night, Nihate. Yeah, I think if you get a bunch of like medal levels or whatever, you get some really crappy items or something like that. But I'm not like a big fan of cosmetics. I don't particularly care. I just want to play my games, you know. So, but JT, if you have a list of heroes you'd like to see, I mean, you're more than welcome to request, right? See you later on, Judge. Do I have a driving license for cars? I have been driving for almost 15 years. Is one of my teeth missing? Akhil, did anyone ever tell you that your social skills are a little lacking? I have a big list of things that you have done that are kind of insensitive and condescending, man. I mean, as an example, earlier you came into the stream, you're like, speak boy. First of all, I'm 10 years older than you. Blitz spanks commentary better. Like, holy shit, like this guy, like this is the first thing you say, man. You could say hi, hello, how's it going? I like your stream. But that's the first thing you say, and then I gave you the example of, hey, I know a guy who's taller and more handsome than you. You should try to be good looking. And then you're like, logic equals 0. And then I asked you, what's wrong with my logic? And then you just didn't answer. What was it you said just now? Oh yeah, I think I died trying to kill Invoker, and then you said well played, and now you're like, is one of your tooth missing? Man, I am this close to banning you. Like I said earlier, has anyone ever told you your social skills are really quite low? Holy fuck, this guy, man. He's just always on the verge of getting banned. On his first day. Ah, Jesus Christ. Good night, Andrej. Do I have a tattoo? No, I don't. Yeah, a lot of people just don't know how to make friends, you know? Any last questions or comments? Fucker just got signed up. That's weird. Fuck's wrong with my browser these days? Well, play was for your double kick. Okay, thanks. I wasn't sure what you meant, so that's why I didn't just mute you. But still, like, you see how you make a lot of questionable comments, man? Like, almost every single one of your comments, I'm just like, oh god, this guy. JT, yeah, I'm actually debating getting some tattoos. I just don't know what yet. If I'm gonna get a tattoo, it has to be really meaningful, and, you know, I mean, it's gonna be permanent, right? So you're stuck with it. Yeah, no, so Japters, like, I appreciate that. Like, you know how, like, when you actually make a good play, and then someone says, well played, right? Like, it's a compliment, right? But there are some people, when you fucking feed, or you just, I don't know, you screw something up, right? They say well played sarcastically, right? And those people are assholes. You know what I mean? Those kind of people. You're gonna send me a pic on Discord? Sounds good, man. Show me that badass tattoo on your leg. Anyways, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Thank you everyone for watching the stream today. Hope you guys enjoyed our time together. I will be back tomorrow around the same time, so it should be around 7 a.m. Pacific time. Have a great day, great night, guys. See you guys soon. You ram pledge learned a lot from the plays.